Day 2 is off and running. Here we go. The marathon continues. This is not Sarah Ellison. Last time I checked.
A little different from Sarah. That's cool.
How about it? Engraving Vids is not only in Baltimore, but we're shoulder to shoulder, baby. It's great to see you.
We're in the building. Appreciate you having me. Appreciate you. All the work you've been doing yesterday with Katon Mitchell, Jimmy Smith. And I feel like Jimmy Smith is like a regular on your channel now, man. Jimmy Smith is like a patron of the vault. So y'all always got the best guests. I'm sorry that you got one of the worst guests on right now, but y'all normally have the best guests on. So no, it's cool. Y'all been doing y'all thing. Y'all just been killing it, man. So I love it, man.
Appreciate it. Appreciate that very much. The missus was tuning in. You said to the Keaton interview, which was awesome down in South Florida. Mm-hmm. But I think I speak for all of us that consume you. Welcome.
I appreciate it.
It's great to have you in the spot that you essentially your livelihood consists of Ravens fandom. Really, I mean that's what it comes down to, and you're the OG in this space. It's so great to have you inside my walls right now in the command center. By the way, Day 2 is officially off and running. The Cleveland Browns pick is in to kickstart the second round, and they did not go with the quarterback. Now they might in a couple picks from right now.
They could
at 36, but they go with the UCLA linebacker and a former walk-on and somebody who the Ravens had to one winning drive within the last month or so, if memory serves, Carson Schwessinger. So we are off and running. Mm-hmm. It's going to be really interesting to follow this, but I'm glad you guys can be with us. Sarah will be here at points throughout the night. Her parents just got in, as you heard her earlier this afternoon, if you caught our noon live stream from Utah. Her youngest is baptized tomorrow in Columbus, so there's a lot happening there. We're going to have guests coming in and out all night long. Kadri Ismail, Jamie Sharper. I've been texting with RG3, so let's see what tonight brings.
Hey, let's get it, man. So let me ask you, because I didn't get to get your take on it, and I know we in the second round, but let's rewind it real quick. Ravens are on the clock at 27. They drafted Malachi Starks.
Yeah.
How you feel about that?
Well, it's quintessential Ravens, is it not? And by the way, our guy Dreams, a.k.a. Queon, ain't going to be happy because Jaden Higgins just came off the board to Houston. The Iowa State wide receiver.
That would have been nice.
Dreams has been singing his praises for weeks, if not months, throughout the pre-draft process. The Iowa State wide receiver ends up in Houston, so Tennessee is now on the clock, and we got to make sure our head's on a swivel because just 2 picks from right now, really 1 pick from right now, Cleveland will be back on the clock, so we'll have to see. And that was, of course, what took place yesterday with the shuffling with Jacksonville and everything that they gave up to go get their guy, which was Travis Hunter.
And they gave up a lot, but Cleveland, I think Cleveland came away good on that trade.
Oh, I think so too.
Because getting another first round pick, and they only dropped down, what was it, 3 spots, I believe?
They went from 2 to 5.
Yeah, so they only dropped 3 spots.
2 to 5.
They got a lot, so. But I'm glad that we ain't got to deal with, however he turns out, we ain't got to deal with Travis Hunter at least 2 times a year. So
we have these players on at the time, right? Ricard's on and these current players, and we're kind of like going back and forth saying, okay, when is this quarterback run going to start? Well, it never did.
No.
Only 2 quarterbacks in the first round compared to 6 last year. But to your point, I think if you're looking at it from an AFC North perspective, you have to think that the 2 wins was that you don't have to see Travis twice a year, which is what you just said. And you don't have to see Abdul Carter twice a year. And both of those scenarios were very real 24 hours ago.
No, they were. And then because when you think about that, it could have been Abdul Carter. And on the opposite side of him, it would have been Myles Garrett. So Myles Garrett already a lot to deal with by himself. But then you pair Abdul Carter with him, it would have been a problem. Now, where I was upset a little yesterday because I wanted the Ravens, and I really thought the Ravens were for sure going to draft Derek Harmon, the defensive lineman from Oregon. But when the Steelers were on the clock, I know there was a lot of talk about them possibly drafting the quarterback, possibly Shedeur Sanders going there. That obviously didn't happen, at least not yet. But that's what I wanted the Ravens to get. And when the Steelers got, I said, man. So they freeing up T.J. Watt. They trying to help him out a lot.
Yeah.
And really the entire AFC North, just defensive linemen. Like the Bengals getting Shamar Stewart, and the Browns earlier getting Mason Graham, the defensive tackle. So they all got to deal with Lamar Jackson at least 2 times a year. They all got to deal with Derrick Henry for now 2 times a year. So trying to get that interior pressure is important to all the whole AFC North because, Lamar's like That's the guy, man. Like, ain't nobody like Lamar. Can't nobody do what Lamar can do. Lamar is him, regardless of who you draft or not. But they trying to make life easier for themselves by getting that interior pressure, because interior pressure is annoying for any quarterback to deal with, no matter how fast, how agile he is. It's tough, man. It's really, really tough. That's why I really thought that Derek Harmon, he was going to be a Baltimore Raven. But as far as Malachi Starks,
hey, and I'll ask you to pause here real quick because there's
sure.
already some fireworks to kick off night 2. How about this? Look at this. Seattle just moved up to Tennessee's spot at 35 overall in exchange for the 52nd and 82nd picks. And guess why? They're going after Nick Eamon-Wari, who in really, I'm sure, universally was seen since Malachi left at 27 as the top safety entering day 2. So South Carolina's safety Nick Eamon-Wari is going to Seattle and Mike McDonald. Malachi Starks ends up in Baltimore, and now I'll get to your question. A lot happening right now. So, Malachi, what are my thoughts on it? I think it's a quintessential Ravens pick. Right. Do I think that he's going to overwhelm you in terms of his athleticism? No, but I think he's a cerebral player. I think he allows Kyle Hamilton to be used in the way that we all know that Zach Orr wants to use him, in that Swiss Army knife, showcasing his versatility type of play style. And I think it's a player that just has championship pedigree. You can call him overrated if you want because he played at Georgia. I choose to hang my hat on the high leverage reps that he got throughout his years with Kirby Smart. And oh, by the way, Todd Monken's going to have a good time seeing his old Bulldog as well. There's a little bit of a Bulldog pipeline happening between Roquan and Todd, and of course, Malachi himself. So look, was the edge rusher the biggest need? I would argue that was the case.
That would be a bigger need than safety for sure.
Yes. But if you watch the way the board ended up with maybe the previous 10 picks, you just knew that they were going to go value instead of forcing the issue on edge.
Yeah. And I like that. It was Nuno. He said Mac McDonald, he wants his own version of Kyle Hamilton. Yeah, he got spoiled with Kyle Hamilton a couple years ago when he was with the Ravens. He like, I want that old thing back. So you're right about that.
Hey, and they're yelling at me for crowding you. So why don't you come to your left a little bit? Okay. Am I crowding my guy?
Okay, appreciate y'all.
He's in the hood. He's in Baltimore,
baby. Man.
Love it. Yeah, an awesome night last night with the 410 Sports Talk guys at Union Hill Tavern. And what have your first 24 hours been like here?
Woo! It was fun. We had a lot of fun. A lot of people showed up. It was a party, man. We just had a real good time. Shout out to 410 Sports Talk. They were great for setting that whole thing up and allowing us to be a part of it. And shout out to everybody that showed up, because people that showed up, they showed out, they showed love, they showed support. And it was great, man. It really was, man. And just watching the draft live with a bunch of people, because it's like we all doing the same thing. We all watching, waiting to see who the Ravens pick. But just going through the whole thing with a group of people right there, and then of course everybody that was watching from home on the streams, it was great, man. So just everybody watching this right now, just know that you are very, very much appreciated, because what we do it's not easy. It takes a lot. It's a lot of grind. It's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. There's a lot that goes into it. And for y'all to show support the way that y'all do, because I see all the comments right now, everybody going crazy right now in here for the vault, which is amazing. But y'all support means everything to all of us who do this. So keep doing what y'all been doing for real, man.
Echo that, dude. You've it's been a pleasure to get to know you. Finally, we meet in person. It only took a few years. We've been doing this virtually for several years. Yeah, the 36th pick is in, and when I say the 36th, I think Jordan actually did he misspeak here? No, he did not. I'm sorry. Wow. Okay, so Cleveland has had the 2 picks within the first few.
That was fast,
and they still have yet to go quarterback. They're taking Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins. So, wow.
I wonder if that will officially be the end for Nick Chubb in Cleveland, because he's still a free agent. They didn't bring him back. Okay. There was apparently talks with him or whatever, but obviously ain't nothing happened yet. And for you to take a running back that high in a second, I wonder if that's a wrap for him.
But think about it too I didn't even think about it from that perspective, because all my mind's allowing me to do right now is talk quarterback, and you're trying to project where these two are going to end up, and that is, Shador and Jalen Milroe.
Oh, Milroe too. Yeah.
Dude, Shador's getting into a category right now, getting into a scenario where he may not hear his name called till the 3rd round. Yes, you have Vegas coming up at 37.
Yeah.
You also have New Orleans coming up at 40, but the more he falls, the less likely a team's going to maybe force the issue for him, knowing that they have other needs that they have to address. So this is going to become really, really dicey at points here.
Yeah. So if he doesn't get selected right now by the Raiders, like you mentioned, the Saints too, and not really many options for him.
Yeah.
And then of course, as you know, the later he goes, the cheaper his contract is, and to be able to have a quarterback who a lot of people was talking about the first round, possibly him going in the first round.
Yeah.
There was those conversations leading up into the draft. Oh, Shedeur Sanders could be number 2 overall pick. He could be the number 3 overall pick. Oh, maybe the latest he might be the number 9 overall pick. But he didn't get taken yet, man, which is crazy, man.
For sure. So
it's
that
crazy.
Brings us to Las Vegas now. Maybe not on your TV screen, but as far as the Twitter sphere goes, Las Vegas is on the clock at 37. Let's get back to the Starks conversation. He himself today had his introductory press conference. I'm sure it's been an insane 24 hours for him. But here he was at one winning drive earlier talking about some of the adversity he faced as a young child.
I think the biggest thing is, as a kid, I was homeless twice. And there was a period of time where I didn't really see my parents because they were working, day shifts, night shifts, whatever the case may be. But I've never seen them not work for anything. And that I saw it, and it turned me to who I am today. Like when things don't go my way, when I don't know what to do, like I put my head down and work. And it's always been what I do. It's a part of who I am. It's how I go about my business, and just doing things the right way. Like I said earlier, just keeping your faith up front and staying true to yourself. I mean, I've seen that from my parents, and then I've seen it from my sister as well. So like all the people who set a great example for me to follow, I just got to follow their footsteps.
Doesn't get much more honorable than that. Malachi Starks, 2 different bouts of homelessness, as he refers to it there. Earlier on in his career, his parents were busting their butts to give he and his siblings an opportunity, or maybe he only has one sibling. He referred to his sister there. His coach, Kirby Smart, penned this on X earlier, saying, "Super proud of you, Malachi. I still remember the day you committed and how excited I was to watch you grow and compete here. I'm so proud of the leader that you've become, and I'm thankful for all the memories you've given us. I can't wait to see you compete with the Ravens. Go Dogs." Eric DeCosta's on record for referring to him as one of the best interviews throughout the pre-draft process that he's ever taken part in. Yeah. And now he joins a secondary that's going to absolutely need what he brings, which I think can be a sense of calm. Is he going to be this overnight change for that secondary? I don't think so. But can he help out the big play? And can he help out reducing the big play, which plagued them through the first half of last year? I think that answer is yes.
Right. And I'm glad, because he doesn't need to be like this big play guy. He doesn't need to come in, Malachi Starks is going to completely revamp the Ravens defense. He doesn't have to do that, because the Ravens defense, they're in a really, really good spot right now. I feel like it's a much different situation from when they drafted Kyle Hamilton. I feel like safety was more of a need back then than it is right now. But their secondary is already really good. He just comes and he adds to it. Then, of course, I mean, on the business side of things, with Darius Washington just being on the tender this year, he's most likely not going to be in the Ravens' long-term plans. So having Malachi Starks that goes ahead and gets ahead of that before you end up needing a safety. So this is the Ravens just getting ahead of the game, staying ahead of the game, just staying on top of things. But what he can add, like you talked about earlier, that versatility, man, just being able to put him, we got another trade.
I was going to say, who is Miami going up to get? Because they just traded with Vegas. They are now on the clock. The pick appears to be in. Miami just leapfrogged up to 37, which means Vegas ain't getting a quarterback right now. This is fascinating to see how this is starting to shake out on day 2. Night 2, rounds 2 and 3. Here's the actual pick. So the Raiders traded the 37th and the 143rd. Looks like Josina's all over it. Jonas Savina. Hopefully I didn't botch that last name, but we'll get more information in terms of whether or not her intel is correct. It typically is. Miami traded the 48th overall pick, the 98th overall pick, and the 135th. So clearly Dolphins aren't going to go get a quarterback. I think that's pretty obvious. But we'll see who the player is in just a second here.
I think they still need one, but it's just all good. Because
is that a South Florida thought right down there? Is that universally believed?
I think it's everywhere, man.
Yeah.
Because Tua Tua cool, but Tua just not the guy, man. He just not. But anyway, if they're gonna rock with Tua, which they are, he needs to be protected, man. They gotta protect Tua because obviously y'all know his injury history. Y'all seen his injury history. It's ugly, man. So with the Dolphins, with them taking the offensive lineman, it makes sense. It makes all the sense in the world.
So it looks like indeed the offensive lineman who was the top rated currently available, who no longer is Jonah Savinia. I'm definitely botching that last name, but he's an offensive lineman who's coming off the board right now. He's going to Miami. Let's continue the conversation and get to some super chats. That now brings New England on the clock at 38. Chicago is at 39. And let's see who's at 40 is New Orleans, which could be an area for quarterback should they stay put. We'll see. Super chats. And I think you bumped into Kevin Roberts yesterday, who hits you up.
What's up, Bobby and Graven? Nice meeting you yesterday. Oh, nice meeting you, Kev. Appreciate that.
Heck yeah.
Thank you for coming through, man.
Dreams is already looking ahead to 59, which we're not at yet. We're about 22 picks away from the 59th overall selection in the second round.
Dreams want that pass rush. I like it, man.
Yes, he does. He's a channel member, and he says Jack Sawyer or Mike Green is who he's looking for. And that brings us to Lottie Henry, also a channel member. I'll let you take this one.
So excited to see who we pick in day 2. I hope we end the night with an edge. I bet Malachi is going to be an expert at describing the color purple to a blind person.
Are you aware of that reference?
Nope.
So the only reason I am is because the first thing I did this morning in sprucing myself up on Malachi the person. I mean, obviously he was far and away the most popular prospect that was mocked to Baltimore throughout the process. But I wanted to just figure out who he was as a person. One of the first interviews he did, or that I popped up in my algorithm, was one with Rich Eisen. And he was like, Rich asked him towards the end of the interview, what was the weirdest, that's the way it was worded, what was the weirdest question you were posed throughout the pre-draft process by a team? And it was literally that. How would you describe the color purple to a blind person? So my mind starts churning. Is it somebody from the Vikings organization or the Ravens organization? And am I missing anybody that has purple out there? Aren't those the only two? Pretty sure. So anyway, that's what Lottie's referring to right there. Dreams writes, I don't want to talk about it. Might not even watch the rest of the draft.
No,
because
Dreams, you got to watch it, man.
Jaden Higgins off the board. That's what he's referring to.
I know, and that's the tough part about the draft. You fall in love with those players, man, and you just envision your team getting those players, and then when it doesn't happen, it hurts, man.
Yeah.
It'll crush you.
For sure.
Well, you got to keep watching, man. Keep watching.
Rap sheet, Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, noting here, if you wondered what the league thought about Iowa State's Jaden Higgins dreams, 2 teams, Tennessee and Vegas, both traded out after he was picked by the Texans, leading you to believe that he may have been on their short list as well. Day 2, man, it's getting started. Yeah, we are rolling right now. Yvette showing you some love in the building.
What's up, Yvette?
Ying is here. Hashtag Voltrons for sure. That. And not a fan, man. You're going to have to invoice me after this. Not a fan. I'll let you take this one for you.
Automatic super chat. Team, keep it clean. No, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all a real deal, man. Y'all a real deal. King of Pugo, what's up, baby? What's happening, man?
King 95, Lottie Henry, and Nick Vias, and Jack Kilroy have all become new channel members within the last few hours. We appreciate all of you guys for being here. If you missed it off the top and you're wondering what's going on with day 2 formatting, Sarah has her family in town in Utah. I just so happen to have a visit paid to me by Ing, who's been in Baltimore for the last 24 hours. You were streaming last night with the 410 Sports Talk guys. You're going to do the opening hour with me and then bounce, which I appreciate your time.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Kadri and Jamie Sharper and potentially RG3 and others will be dropping by, including Sarah, throughout the course of our day 2 coverage.
That's cool, man.
Here. That now brings us to,
where we at?
Let's see here. And we will, obviously, as much as we're keeping up with the Ravens and whatnot, we will follow pick by pick as best as we can. New England is on the clock at 38. Then Chicago, then New Orleans, then Chicago again, then the Jets, then the 49ers. So no AFC North teams until the 49th pick, which is Cincinnati, and that's the 17th in the second round. So while we wait for the next couple, let's go to the call that Malachi received last night.
Okay.
With my mom, my dad, my fiance, and my staff.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, congratulations. I'm fired up for you. I can't wait to see you. I'm going to let you talk to Coach Harbaugh, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're going to turn that pick in, okay? Congrats. You're going to be on TV in a second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You hear the crowd? You hear our crowd here celebrating? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're fired up, man. We're fired up. Listen, I'm going to call you back later. Zach, come here. You got to talk to our defensive coordinator, Zach Gore. You fit us, man. You fit us.
Yes, sir.
All right, here's Zach.
I'm ready.
I know you're ready. Here's Zach.
Malachi, what's going on, baby? How you doing?
How you doing, Coach? I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing real good after we selected you, man. Congratulations,
Me and
man.
you both. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You earned this, bro. I'm excited to get a chance to work with you, man. You fit our style of play, our type of player. You're going to do great things here in Baltimore for a long time, man. For real.
Yes, sir. I'm ready. I'm
I
ready.
already know you are, bro. Well, congratulations, man. Enjoy it with your family. Can't wait to get you up here in Baltimore. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, baby.
We won the whole time, man. Let's go, man. Let's go. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm telling you. He's a guy right there, bro. He's your guy. Buddy, you're Raven, bro. I'm trying to tell you, man. Let's go, baby. Bro, what? Hey, they messed up now.
There's a look at some of the behind the scenes courtesy of Ravens Productions there. You saw Chuck Pagano in the distance there. You saw other key members that are behind the scenes in the Ravens operation. And as we speak, New England has their guy at 38 overall. It is Travion Henderson, another Ohio State Buckeye, comes off the board again to New England at 38. He is a running back, so a little bit of a run on running backs after I think just 2 were selected in the opening round. 2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs. And again, if you told me that 24 hours ago, Ing, I would have been like, damn, they might be in Slim Pickens territory for the Ravens at 27. But they ultimately got a guy that they were comfortable with, had a lot of value in. But the two backs were Genty and Hampton. And then, of course, Ward and Dart. Jackson Dart.
Mm-hmm.
So a far cry from the 6 quarterbacks that went off last year.
Yeah, I mean, they did say, like, this class this year, it ain't loaded with a bunch of quarterbacks, man. So it's showing that in the draft, too. And we're still waiting. Could this be the day for Shedeur Sanders to go? Probably, most likely, but you never know, man. But he keeps dropping every second.
Yeah.
Just keep dropping. But he'll get picked.
No doubt.
He'll get picked, and I'm curious to see where he ends up. Because what if it's not Cleveland? What if it's not Las Vegas either? What if it's somewhere else?
You know, it's funny. Jamie Sharper, who's I've teased him a couple times now, he's going to be coming on, former Ravens linebacker, texted me prior to the show, and he was like, where do you think Shedor's going? And in my mind, I'm like, first thing, your best guess is mine because of the way this thing's working out.
Yeah.
But it would not surprise me
Uh-oh.
if Shedeur lands in Cleveland and Milroe lands in Pittsburgh.
Ooh.
I could see it. Now, I don't know what day it's going to be. I don't know what round it's going to be. And I certainly don't know what pick it's going to be. But it would not surprise me if those 2 players end up in the AFC North.
Oh, wow.
Do you have any kind of feel? You got a gut feeling about either one of those players?
Yeah, because, I mean, Browns and Steelers, they need it. I mean, even though Browns, in my opinion, Browns are already set at the quarterback position. They got our guy Joe Flacco. He be doing his thing, been doing his thing since 2008. But now for the future, though, of course, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I didn't think about Jalen Milroe, but yeah, Shedeur. Obviously, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they had visits with him and everything, and they just like if he were to go to Pittsburgh, in my opinion, he ain't got to go there and go off. He could just go there, just take care of the ball. He ain't got to do nothing crazy because the Steelers, they usually a pretty well put together team. And at quarterback, as long as you ain't turning the ball over, you're gonna be straight there.
Yeah.
So it would be if he went there, there'd be a lot of pressure taken off of him.
Yeah.
Because of how Pittsburgh builds their team around him. And then, well, I say for now, because we keep hearing about George Pickens possibly getting traded,
Yes.
but for now, he got a DK Metcalf. He would have a Pat Fryermuth. He would have George Pickens. He would have Calvin Austin III. So you got some nice weapons around you for whatever quarterback goes to that situation. Yeah. But They've also said that they still talking to Aaron Rodgers too.
Yes.
So
and that's the elephant in the room right now. And I really do believe that, as I'm sure there's a lot of logistical details that are involved in the timing of all this. But if I'm a betting man, I think Aaron has been waiting post-draft strategically to make his decision. He does not want to be in a situation, okay, for example, in Pittsburgh, if he made the decision prior to the draft, and then you bring in Shador and the sideshow that happens with Dion, all due respect to Dion, there is a side circus that comes with him. That's just the reality of it. That's the type of personality that he is. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. I think what I'll say is this. He wants to coach his son. I think he wants to coach his son at the NFL level.
I can't blame him.
And I'm not saying that he's coming in and challenging the great Mike Tomlin, but you put him with some of these other younger coaches, there's a certain pressure that comes in there. And look, I could totally see young head coaches going to their general managers, going to their owners and expressing a certain sentiment like, is this the best cultural fit for us? Bringing Shador in if he's not going to play right away because of the media circus that would come with it. Is that you see where I'm going with this?
It's just his name, his name alone, because that's Dion's son. It's like with Bronny James, with him getting drafted. There was all this hype around him, and he got drafted late, but he got all the attention because it's LeBron James' son. So similar with Dion's son, but excuse me. But Shador Sanders, wherever he goes, is going to be attention. He's going to get a lot of attention. But that is another thing that I ain't think about, the possibility of where he ends up going. Because when you look at the Cleveland Browns right now, their situation, Kevin Stefanski, it seemed like he got one foot in, but he still got one foot out the door too. So they need something right here, right now. That may not be the best situation for him to go, but I mean, obviously he wouldn't be able to. Ooh.
You ready? Chicago, 39 overall as you lose your train of thought, deservedly so, because this is a top-notch wide receiver who fell.
It's good for Caleb.
Out of the first round. Luther Burden III, the Mizzou wide receiver, who posted on his Instagram story last night after midnight when he didn't hear his name called, working out. He was working out. That tweet went viral. Certainly some self-motivation you would think there. He's clearly emotional in his draft room right now from Columbia, Missouri. Tears are streaming down his face. That is awesome. His family surrounding him. I love these moments. Are awesome. But Luther Burden III, a talented wide receiver, goes 39th overall. More playmaking for Caleb, like you just referenced.
Oh, yeah. I love that for Caleb Williams, man. Caleb Williams, he had a shaky year last year. It was up and down, highs and lows. I mean, but he was a rookie in Chicago, and that was a rough place to play. But giving him another weapon, especially like Luther Burden III, it'll be nice for him, man. A deep threat, and just who the other receivers there? It's not clicking right now. Who the other receivers there in Chicago?
DJ Moore.
They still got DJ Moore.
And we got to do it. We both got to do a refresher. Let's see. Let's see their depth chart right now. You got DJ Moore. Oh, of course, Odunze. How could we forget him?
Oh yeah, Romeo. Yeah.
You got Cole Kmet, who's a talented tight end. And now you add in, the talented rookie. Can't forget about Devin Duvernay. They picked up Duve in free agency. I'm sure he'll do some special teams for them and be a reserve wide receiver, unless there's injuries. But
Duve. Shout out to Duve, man.
So there you have it. That puts New Orleans and then Chicago back on the board at 40 and 41 respectively.
Let's see.
Let's get to some more super chats. We're glad you guys are with us. Ing is in the building. He is in Baltimore.
What's up, baby?
It's great to have you, brother. Oh, here we go. Jason's going to try and back me up against the wall. I'll give you the context on that in a second. He says, shout out Ingraven.
Oh, appreciate you.
See, y'all stop with all that hating.
People hating
videos.
It's all good.
Team keep it clean.
It's all love, man.
I'm going to tell you why he's trying to get me here. He's trying to bait me. He may not be trying to do it purposely. But the last time I called him by his nickname, his channel screen here, I was called all kinds of names as a result. Yeah. So you know what I did?
Just call him
Jason. It's Jason for me.
I like that.
Yep.
Play it safe.
That's it.
Just play it safe. That's good.
Appreciate you, Jason. Dre Dog's coming after me.
Dre is the king of drinking water, man. He's been telling me to make sure. He said, "Hey, make sure you drink water." He's been telling me for years, man. For years. But that's important.
And he's not wrong.
He ain't.
He's not wrong.
He ain't.
But there are a couple times, Dre, you know this. It's not a habit. But when it comes to prime time, when it comes to draft weekend, schedule release night, playoffs, I got to lean on these freaking things. I'm not even getting any sponsorship opportunity from Ghost either. They're at the Be More Around Town tailgate. They got a promoter out there. And next thing you know, I'm getting literal cases dropped right in front of me while I'm live. And I'm like, well, I guess that stuff's coming home with me.
Oh, I like that. That's
even though
cool,
it's
man.
shaving days off the back end of my life.
Did you ever try coffee?
I've never had a sip in my life.
I don't like coffee, but I was just a little suggestion.
Yeah, espresso martini. So I have had espresso, but I've never had a cup of coffee. Dreams checking in. I'll give you this one.
Still not enough. He said, whatever the Browns do is still not enough. Still ain't enough.
Trevone says Kyle Kennard from South Carolina needs to be a Raven. What's up, man?
What's up, Trey? What's happening, man?
Trey, thanks for the super chat. C King chiming in, really hoping for some reinforcements on offense and defensive line. Good to see two of my favorite content creators teaming up. Thanks for covering the draft.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
D-Rod echoing the sentiment as well. Appreciate you both for showing all sorts of love to us. And C King just became a channel member as well.
Appreciate that, C King.
Thank you, guys. Josina's scooping right now. Hold on. Do we got a quarterback? The third quarterback that's coming off the boarding right now?
Well, I guess that's
I think we do. It is New Orleans taking Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. This guy is the same age as Brock Purdy. If you've been following along, he has a ton of college reps under his belt. I think he's 25 or 26 years old or somewhere around there. He is now going to New Orleans, and that's a situation that's compelling because apparently Derek Carr's entire 2025 is in jeopardy right now.
Whatever injury he's dealing with.
Yep.
Wow. So one less team for Shedeur to go to.
Wow. So at 40, the Saints are going with Louisville quarterback Tyler Shuck. Dude, so right now it's going Cam Ward.
That's crazy.
Jackson Dart,
because
the Giants traded into the first to go get him.
That's crazy.
And of course, Tyler Shuck.
Wow.
So now it's like when you start to look ahead.
So where the Raiders picking next? So who we got next? Where we at?
So we are. We're now.
Right here. So
here we're at 40. There we go. It'd be 41.
All right. So no quarterback to the Bears, obviously. The Jets, they got Justin Fields.
Can't imagine they're going to draft this high at quarterback. I think he deserves a chance to at least. There's Tyler Shuck.
He signed to I think a 2-year deal. 49ers, no. Cowboys, no. Colts.
But could Dallas be the sleeper pick, though? Can you imagine if Shedeur goes to Dallas?
Oh, boy. And what you were talking about, too. Because Dallas, they hired their offensive coordinator, I think Brian Schottenheimer.
And they interviewed, or at least Jerry had a preliminary conversation with Dion for the head coaching gig.
If he were to go there, it's like it'll be lining up because with Schottenheimer, he's just a feeling real quick until they find their real guy at head coach.
Which is sad, but it certainly feels like that's the case.
Yeah. And you know how the business goes. Yeah. The same thing happened when remember years ago when the Ravens hired David Culley to be their wide receivers coach. But then the following year, he ended up getting hired as the head coach for the Texans. Yep. But it's unfortunate. He was just a fill-in till they found the guy who they really wanted. So I think that's what's happening with Schottenheimer. And if Shedeur was to get drafted by the Cowboys, Dion would be extremely happy. And then it would just be a pipeline of Dion becoming a head coach next year.
Wait a second here. More movement. Buffalo is on the move, heading north. They are trading up to 41. So all of a sudden, right now on your television, you're looking at Chicago that's on the clock. That time's about to reset right now, and Buffalo is trading up. There have already been several trades in place. You know Buffalo does not need a quarterback. So who's going to be out there? Got their reigning MVP, regardless of whether or not you deem that MVP-worthy season from Josh. But Buffalo's coming up to 41. So let's watch this and get to some more super chats as well. Let's see. We left off with Jason. Dre Dog is telling me to chill with these energy drinks. He's also recruiting me down to South Carolina.
Okay.
Could be starting in your home state. We'll see. And Justin Holt, I'll let you take this one.
Justin, you are 2,000,000% correct. He said, am I the only one who thinks inside linebacker is a need? Roquan Smith is all alone. Well, he got Trenton Simpson too. And Roquan said that him and Trenton been working together this offseason. But yes, I do agree with you. They also got Jake Hummel, who they signed from the Rams, but he's just primarily a special teams guy. So yes, you are right. Inside linebacker is definitely still a need for the Baltimore Ravens.
Buffalo traded the 56th, 62nd, and 109th to the Bears for 41st, which is now on the clock, 72nd, and 240th. So who are the Bills chasing right now? Is it a defensive player? Is it a potential corner? There's still some talented corners that are available right now. I think they need more help in their secondary, but we won't diagnose that. We'll continue with the Super Chats. And Jason is coming back following up on his previous Super Chat.
Oh, he said, Bobby, I was expecting and wanted Engraven to read my last Super Chat. Oh, man. My fault. My apologies, man.
You got to be more specific, Jason. Come on now.
Hold up now. Let me scroll
back. Oh, it was the one that I wasn't touching with a 10-foot pole, the hashtags that he got me in trouble with last time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I can read it.
Yes, you can.
I can say, what was his name? Oh, my Nizzle J Jizzle. I can say it. No, Bobby King, don't even, just leave that alone.
Get my ass clipped in a matter of seconds.
I got you though, man.
Dre Dog hit me. Thank God you're here. Dre Dog 679 says, Bobby, get you a good multivitamin, bro, or B complex.
Hey, you know what stuff, man.
Dre, I'm good, dude. I do protein shakes every single day, 5 or 6 days a week working out. Like I feel like I'm very healthy. No pizza, no fried food, no dairy, really, because I can't handle it with my stomach. But that's neither here nor there. James Green says, what's up, guys? And maybe this is the player that they're looking at, a Mike Green and Ezeraku, right? Is Von Miller still with them, or is he a free agent right now?
He's a free agent.
And I'm not saying he's been like the Von Miller of old.
No, he hasn't
particularly during his time in Denver and LA.
I mean, he looked like the Von Miller when he picked up that fumble in the playoffs.
Yes, he did. James, who's a channel member, says, what's up, guys? Mike Green is available. Will the Ravens pull the trigger? He might not be there at 59. That is still 18 picks away from where the Ravens are in the second round. Tyler Shuck being interviewed right now by Reese Davis on ESPN. He is going to the New Orleans Saints, and we are just awaiting what the Bills are doing. Nothing from Schefter yet, just more context on the Tyler Shuck pick. So let's keep with the Super Chats going. Rave Kingdom showing his hot take there on Shedeur.
He said, this the most disrespect to a player. Shaking my head should do it. Well, if you think it's the most disrespect, I would say the second most disrespect, because it was back in like 2018. The player, especially looking back at it now, he probably should have went number 1 overall. He got disrespected, even by the Ravens, but they certainly made up for it now.
What about Tom back in the day?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, he went, 6
3
rounds?
days? Yeah, waiting 3 days. But you know what, though, Rave? Part of me wonders if that thought of yours has been manufactured due to unfair media coverage. And what do I mean by that is, throughout the evaluation process, has what Shedeur really is what Shedeur is in the minds of the evaluators throughout the NFL community, is that being lost in the shuffle of who he is last name wise, who he is, the fact that he and Travis Hunter just got their jerseys retired, the fact that he is a polarizing type of player. People can have the argument all you want about confidence versus arrogance. Has that been has his true evaluation in terms of what he projects to be day-wise throughout the draft perhaps been lost in the shuffle of who he is, the dynamic, the persona of a Shedeur Sanders? I would argue that might be the case. I think that's been lost a little bit.
It could be, but I hate when stuff like that happens, because it's all about, I mean, obviously it's a lot of side stuff too, but what can you do on the field? How can you help my team on the field at the quarterback position? Everything else that Shedeur is, he is extremely confident, but his dad was extremely confident as well. And confidence is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I know some people, they get caught up. They may see him flexing the watch and whatnot and doing this thing, but he got personality. Ain't nothing wrong with personality. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. I hate when people get it twisted when they say it a lot for like somebody like Odell Beckham Jr. for example. He would be, I remember the whole kicking the net thing when he was upset, throw the football at the net, he was all mad. People, oh man, he's a diva. But then for somebody like Tom Brady, if he were to do that, they say, oh no, that's fine. He's just showing passion for the game. So I don't like when people get those things twisted. And when they turn it to negative for certain players, but other players, they have it as positive. So Shedeur, with his personality from his dad, again, it's in his DNA. So wherever he goes, man, well, we'll see wherever he ends up going. We're still waiting, but it's all good, man.
The question remains, though, and Buffalo's pick is in, so we'll share this in just a second.
Oh, about time.
Chad, I would love to get your perspective on this. The question that remains for me when it comes to Shedeur is the media crazed world that we're living in created this false perception, this false expectation that he was a first-round talent. Because I think when you hear from evaluators and you read and you listen and you consume this content, there are not many that believed he was a first-round talent. And that's in a very weak quarterback class this year when you compare it to previous years when there were 6 in last year's first round. So anyway, you guys weigh in on that. Buffalo just went and got a defensive tackle.
Oh.
And it is South Carolina's TJ Sanders. So the Bills just traded up to go get a defensive tackle. They're going to boost their defensive line. He had 7 tackles for loss last season, and that is South Carolina's TJ Sanders. More super chats are flying in. Let's see. Rave left us off. We had some love from Caven is KC. Adit says our team's going to be wary of Arch Manning. Well, he'll be next year's class. Will he be next year's class? Yes, he'll be next year's class. At least that's the expectation. I don't know. I don't know how the news cycle will change between now and then.
And Adit, do you mean like because of the name too?
Probably. He's probably doing the exercise.
Yeah. Okay. I get exactly what you're saying, man. You're talking some real stuff, man.
I don't know.
You really are. You're talking some real stuff, man. So we're gonna see. Rave Kingdom said, "What made me say that is because Tyler went above him."
Meaning Shedeur.
Right.
Shuck became the 3rd quarterback.
Yeah. No, I feel you, man.
And by the way, now we got a little bit of not a run, but it's going a little quicker. It looks like the Jets are, let's just make sure this is ready to go, going after tight end. Mason Taylor goes to the Jets at 42. Is that where we are? We're at 42, which means San Francisco is now on the clock. So the Jets get their tight end for Justin Fields, hopefully a security blanket for him. I'm excited to see him kind of reset, maybe potentially resurrect his career. San Fran's at 43. Dallas is 44. Again, no AFC North football until 49. And you jump whenever you want, by the way, in terms of timing and whatnot. Let's keep the super chats going. Let's see.
I love that. I love everybody on your channel, man. Yeah, they great. Man.
Isn't it fun?
Y'all are the best, man.
It's fun. I'm glad we're together tonight too. Caven is KC. I'll let you take this one. He's loving it.
15 McCraine Kings coming together, showing love to both channels. Yes. Appreciate you, man.
Goes without saying, go check out Engraven Vids. I'm sure all of you guys do. He's been in the space for a long time, but go check out his stuff. I'm sure you'll have it dropping tomorrow. Did you drop it in this morning?
We did. We talked about Malachi Starks, man, and what he's going to bring to the Ravens, man. So should be fun.
Beautiful.
Should be fun.
Beautiful. Lottie Henry, also on top of the channel membership, throwing
Shout
the
out
channel
to Lottie.
$1. And now
Dollar
Jason,
make you holler.
Jason, man, look at this guy.
All right. He said, I wasn't asking him to say my name. I was asking him to read the super chat. It was the first. He said it was the first line in the Team Keep It Clean song. Oof.
That went over our heads, huh?
Sad memories, man.
That went over our heads. Appreciate you, Jason.
I miss it, but copyright is a real thing, so we can't even do nothing with it.
Is it ever in this space? Is it ever?
It's tough. Man.
We've got over 2,100 concurrents right now. Sarah will be joining the show at some point throughout the evening. She's got a lot of family that are in town, including her parents from the Utah area. Her daughter's getting baptized tomorrow. We've got Jamie Sharper, Kadri Ismail, and others. Maybe even Katon Mitchell will be dropping by because apparently he enjoyed himself last night.
Man,
Antonio
cool,
Smith.
man.
Checking in, the GOAT Ravens YouTubers. Let's go, Flock. Antonio, great to have you in. No, you can't be giving me that kind of love. You can't be giving me that kind of love. Let's see.
Augusto, what's up, man? Smitty, what's happening?
Who you got? Smitty, and how many OG names you seeing in here?
A lot.
Yeah.
Tila.
You know Tila is going to be in here counting our concurrents.
Tila always showing love on here, man. Always. Yeah, hopefully Keaton can come through again, man. That'd be cool, man.
Well, speaking of Keaton, got a little bit of a time here until some of the more compelling picks start coming off the board. Field Yates has a bunch of best available players that are up there right now. Among them, Will Johnson, Shador Sanders, and others.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have somebody else you were pointing out?
No. I was going to say somebody that looked like EDC.
Oh, yeah.
That was it.
Hopefully he's in the draft room.
All right.
Who's doing his
That
dance
ain't
up
Mark,
here?
bro.
Who is this? Is that Mark?
That ain't Mark, is it?
God,
It looked like him real quick. It
Thought
really
that
did.
was Mark for a second. The Jets are on the board, and John Abraham, 5-time Pro Bowler.
It's John Abraham, pass rusher.
For the New York Jets.
He used to play for the Falcons, too.
We're just behind a little bit. It's the LSU tight end. At least the television's behind.
Oh, yeah.
Mason Taylor from LSU. That gives us a chance to cut to Katon from last night, who, of course, is 15 months removed from his ACL tear that ended the final kind of closing stages of his 2023 season. They then go and get Derrick Henry. The rest is history. They were very careful with him in 2024.
Oh, yeah, they were.
Mostly because of what they had in their running back stable.
Mm-hmm.
But Katon says he's ready to go, and that's exactly what was kind of evident last night in our interview.
Just came back. I felt good. I was practicing, came back practicing. I was actually, like, doing real good in practice, like crazy, like feeling good, breaking a couple runs. So they threw me out there on kickoff return. I guess they didn't want me to rush back and just give me the load. Obviously, you got Derrick Henry and Justice Hill, great running backs. So it wasn't really no need to rush me back, but they thought I could make a difference on special teams. So came back and tried to do that, did the best I could do. But now I got some time off to be able to really take care of my knee and do the things to get back to my normal self. Now I feel 100% back to my old self, running with the guys, full speed. It's gonna be a movie this year for sure.
Man, I love Katon Mitchell, man. For real, man. That dude, when we first signed him, I remember so many fans were like, "Oh man, we gotta steal Katon Mitchell. He's so nice." And then I watched film and I'm like, "Okay, he look good." But then actually to see him in the preseason, and he was going crazy. So then Ravens kept him around. He had got hurt. Ravens kept him around on the roster and whatnot. Then they brought him back, and boy, he went crazy that first year. And we was all crushed when he got hurt, man. Yeah. It was crushing, man.
Yep.
But then, like, I appreciate just how straight up, how straightforward he was with what he said right there. Where he said, they had Derrick Henry, they had Justice Hill, and what they were doing was working. So I didn't have to rush back. And he already showed, like, the year before, he could be a starter too. We got some really nice running backs for the Baltimore Ravens right now, man. So I hope he is all the way healthy. He did say he's feeling 100%, so that's great. But I'm excited to see him. And I know it's tough, though. What was tough for him, and he talked about it too, like they had to find a role for him, so they tried him on special teams. He said he did the best he could do. Like with Katon Mitchell, I know there was a lot of back and forth from fans like, oh, man, why is Katon Mitchell not on the field like that? But it's like it's tough because what Derrick Henry was doing and what Justice Hill was doing, it was already working so well. So many times, especially with Todd Monken, we always talk about, oh, man, don't fix something if it ain't broken. But fans were like back and forth on it because they were like, all right, go Derrick Henry, go Justice Hill. But at the same time, wanted to see Katon. And it would be tough because you don't want to force him in there. We know what he can do because Katon Mitchell, he like that. He's one of them guys. But you don't want to mess up the flow of how things work. So it's a real tricky situation to be in. But like Todd Monken did talk about this offseason, when somebody asked him about having too many weapons, he was like, that'd be a good problem to have. He said, I want that. I want it to be where we have too many weapons because I don't want it to be the opposite where we don't have enough. So they'll figure it out, man.
I got to think it's somewhat similar of a feeling that Charlie Kohler has in the tight end room, right? That Katon has in the running back room. You're in any other maybe not any other organization, but you're probably in a slew of other organizations, and you don't have that kind of depth surrounding you that just eats up the usage, eats up the amount of reps that you get. Defensive tackles off the board at 43 to San Francisco. It's Texas defensive tackle Alfred Collins. So that puts Dallas now on the board at 44. By the way, Mason Taylor, who was just taken by the Jets, for those of you who know your NFL history, and I just got to be refreshed by the NFL's Twitter account, Jason Taylor, his father, used to play in New York and, of course, was a stud himself at one point in the National Football League. So that's kind of a cool full circle moment for the Taylor family.
I never knew Jason Taylor played for the Jets. I thought he was just always with the Dolphins.
I'm guessing it was probably just a lone season, but imagine that in division, right?
Yeah, I never knew that. That's crazy, man.
Lady Laura checking in with the super chat, and she writes, good to see our Ravens YouTubers together. Thanks for meeting last evening. It was nice, but tonight is much quieter. Pray you have a safe trip home. Thanks for all you both do.
Hey, appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. And it's real cool meeting you too, man. I appreciate that. And thank you for coming out.
I thought it was a cool comment earlier from Augusto, too. I had it up when you were talking a little bit about Keaton and whatnot. But
I get to talking, and then everything else will go out the window.
I want to make sure you see it. Yeah.
Where'd it go? Oh, there it goes. I said, man, I got to tell y'all, and Gravy is my OG too, man, since the beginning of 2018. Been there from last year, middle school.
That can age you.
That's all good, though, man. From my last year middle school, all of high school, all of college. Well, your OGs, he's my uncle for real. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you sticking around so long, too. Because you could have been like, man, I ain't watching this dude no more. Cut it out. And a lot of people do that, which is cool.
Right.
But I appreciate you sticking through, man.
I love
it to you, Augusto. And appreciate your questions, too. You be sending them long questions. But I appreciate you, man. Much love to you, man.
Heck yeah. Jeff notes a minute ago here. Jeff of The Athletic, Zarebek, says 10-plus picks into the second round. No edge rushers or corners have been taken, and only one offensive lineman. All three would be an area that you would want to add on day 2 and day 3 if you're Baltimore.
Give me Ezraku.
Donovan is available. Mike Green is available. There's some corners that are out there that are available as well. Antonio Smith says, the GOAT Ravens YouTubers. Let's go, Flock. We appreciate you. We're fully caught up on Super Chats. Ing is in the building for a little bit longer.
We read the last one?
Yeah, we're fully.
My fault.
We're fully caught up from Lady.
Oh,
Laura.
yeah. Okay, my fault.
Oh, you're good.
We talking so much, my mind be going all these different places. Man.
Dude, there's a lot happening right now. We've now reached the 44th pick.
They moving.
Which is Dallas.
They moving.
From there, it'll be Indy. Then it'll be the Rams. Then Arizona. Then the Raiders. That could be a quarterback spot there at 48, which is 4 picks from now.
Yeah.
Cincy is 5 picks from now. Of course, the Ravens are
do some math.
They're
59, right?
Yeah, they're 14 or 15 picks away, depending on where people are on the TV versus Twitter following.
Mm-hmm.
More super chats are coming in. Woo! Goodness gracious.
Y'all going crazy with it.
How about it? Let's go. Lottie says, you choose to conduct yourself. Don't tell Bobby, but I joined the channel because I'm a huge Sarah fan. Who's conducting who, though? I don't know what the first part of that is, but hey, Sarah's fandom runs rampant, baby.
Sarah, real deal too, man. Now, Lottie, I'm glad that you got it fixed because I know Lottie was questioning earlier. She said, is anybody else having a problem where you can only send blank super chat? So we got it figured out.
She figured it out.
Good job. Awesome. Tech support, Lottie.
Lottie, Sarah is her knowledge, her commitment, the effort that she puts in. She's a mother of 4. Her passion for the game, her passion for the Ravens. She's got a Super Bowl ring that I tried on when I was at the Vault Summit earlier this month in Columbus.
That's cool. Man.
It's an awesome partnership, and your guy Ezraku is going to Dallas.
Oh,
the edge rusher out of Boston College, Donovan Ezraku.
All right, Dallas
is heading to Dallas.
You stole him. Give us Micah Parsons, man. That's it, man.
Hey,
give us Micah.
I got to tell you. Dallas is quietly putting together a nice little draft here.
Oh, yeah.
Remember who they took yesterday?
Offensive lineman.
Tyler Booker out of Alabama.
There we go.
So there you have it. Kush Renata hits us with a super chat. Says Desmond Watson, the defensive tackle out of Florida, 400-plus pounds, would be provided good value on day 3. A big body in the middle who can eat up the interior linemen and allow the edges to work. And we both know that while Travis Jones, I think, has a very promising future and could be blossoming this year and a breakout candidate.
Especially with more opportunity, too.
Split not having Michael Pierce there as the starter, you got to retool. You got to retool at some point.
And I feel like with obviously being like 400-something pounds, that's a big boy right there. But like you said, day 3, be a low risk. You got like 20 million picks. You got 11 picks. So that's a lot. So you could take a chance on him. And Ravens, they do a pretty good job at the developing defensive linemen too, man. So I will be all for it, man. So I'm with you on that.
Appreciate you, Kush Renata. Live chat's going off. FMB 1100 says, I'm late. Love the collabs the last 2 nights. Ravens Flock stand up. I'm jumping back and forth. Who you all want next? I want offensive line. Well, we got Indianapolis on the board. So the Ravens are 14 picks out. Ezaraku went off in 2024 for Boston College. He had more pressures across the FBS than Abdul Carter did. He had 61. Ezaraku had 65. Jack Sawyer, who's available, was on that list of top 4 with 55 pressures. They're all game records in their own right.
Yeah, I guess we got to go for who? Jack now, right? Get our own little version of TJ Watt. But, yeah, man, Dallas, they let me down, man. So they owe me. They owe me Michael Parsons, man. I was hoping the Ravens would get him, but it's all good, man. Ezaraku gone. All right, cool. But, yeah, like you said, that's good for them. Good draft for them. So far, so good.
I tell you what we're going to do right now.
Uh-oh. What we about to do?
Let's do this. Let's bring up our guy Jason Smith's board because Sarah and I leaned on this last night. And if he's still doing this, like I think he is.
He's real deal.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. Okay. Jason Smith, and give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to make sure that we screen share this so you can see what we're looking at. Jason Smith hosts the Huddle It Up Films big board and YouTube channel in this space. And he literally in real time is updating his positional rankings board with players that are no longer available. Now, obviously, what you see on the screen are the players that are available. The Colts take another edge rusher with a premium pick. It's JT Tuilamalo at 45th overall. So he is off the board. Ohio State players are literally flying into this first and second round. JT Tuilamalo from Ohio State off the board at 45. That puts the Rams on at 46. As you look at this board,
he already took him off too.
He's a beast. The guy's ripping it. He's letting it rip. So Ezaraku, now the run might happen here, right? Because JT's off, Ezaraku's off, back-to-back picks. Mike Green, you got to think with still 13 picks to go, is in major danger. That's major danger.
Taking all the D linemen now,
right?
All them edge rushers, they flying.
The run is happening.
Yeah. So if Ravens want it, well, you got to move up to get it.
Yeah.
Again, 10 picks left. So you got some ammo to do it.
10 total picks. This is the board. Chat, where are you going in 13 picks from now, where the board sits right now, which will not look the way it does, obviously, right now in about 5 minutes' time when the Ravens hit at 59. Cameron's like, hey, hold tight, baby. Mike Green, he ain't going to be there. Cam, if he's there, man.
So what we at 40? Oh, 13 more picks?
Rams are on the board.
Nah, they're not taking a D. Well, because no, they got Jared Verse, and he was a baller last year, man.
How about this? 7 of the first 45 picks have been Ohio State Buckeyes. Goodness gracious.
That's crazy. Boy.
They are flying right now. C King says EDC's got to make a move. FNB. And I think we
read that
already hit this one. Appreciate you guys so much. I know. You can kind of feel the anxiety building up in the chat right now because –
oh, who said that? King Lee. I ain't think about that. Well, no, they just re-signed Matt Stafford to a contract, so never mind. Because he said the Rams, they could pick Shedeur Sanders. But no, never mind.
But would it be surprising, given where Matt is at this point in his career, if they bring in it may not be Shedeur, but if they bring in a quarterback, I don't think it would.
Yeah,
McVay's
a
always
backup, but
yeah.
But Shedeur, if you draft him now, what Matt Stafford I think sound like a 3 or 4 year extension, and that would, and if they drafted Shedeur, he would sign a 4-year deal.
He'd end up Aaron loving it, or Jordan loving it. Aaron loving it. Well, if that were to be the case, he'd be stuck in potentially Jordan Love territory like he was prior to Rodgers. If Stafford keeps going,
it worked out for him though. It worked out for Jordan Love in the long run because he played like I think 8 games and then he ended up getting that nice contract.
It certainly did.
Yeah, it worked. So it's a possibility. But good thought right there, King.
Jason Smith, Huddle It Up Films, is the creator of this big board.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. He go through every single person getting ready to get drafted, and he watch all the film and he's a beast, man.
He's a total beast. I love the community of draft analysts that we have too within the Ravens sphere. You know, the James Ogdens, right? The Cole Jacksons, the Jason Smiths, the Samuel Njokus. I mean, you can go on and on and on. These guys are real draft nuts.
They got it, man. Because y'all know me with the draft. Clueless, but they got it. That's why I rely on all of them for draft stuff, man. They got it, man.
Lottie just clarified their earlier tweet, and I'll let you take this one.
She said, I was trying to say to Engraven, I watch your show. Thank you, Lottie. I appreciate that. And love how you choose to conduct yourself. Here's $5 to make you holler 5 times. $5 make you holler. Appreciate that. For real, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And thanks for becoming a channel member, even if it was only for Sarah. Stray Dog says, Ing, we all know the Ravens going to use all 11 picks.
Hey, again, I keep talking about it because a couple years ago when they had 11, I just knew. No, EDC 11. No, they're not drafting 11 players. EDC, he shut me all the way up. He said, you don't know what you're talking about? Hush, quiet. And he picked 11 people. And I was like, wow, he did it. So can't put it past him. You really can't, man.
You already know how it goes,
can't
right?
Put it past him, man.
They covet these picks.
They do.
There is only one other team that has just as much as they do. And then there's the drop-off this year. San Francisco and Baltimore each have 11 total picks throughout the weekend. Think about that. 11 of them.
You know, if they're lucky that the NFL don't put like a restriction on how many draft picks you can get. Because I know the Ravens will be at the max every year. They will push it to the limit every single year. But it's cool though. That's EDC, man.
You watch that Buffalo has some sort of issue in the secondary this year, and Tre'Davious White ends up hitting the playing time that's going to be required to qualify as a compensatory pick for the Ravens. Wouldn't that be something?
That'd be nice.
They literally brought him in November with Deontay Johnson. We all know how the Deontay thing went. But imagine that gets turned around into a day 3 pick. That'd be something.
It could. You never know, man. I had like Tre'Davious White. I remember when we first traded for him, I was like, oh, I don't know about this.
I do too. And I actually just listened to his reintroductory because he's going back to where it began for him in Buffalo, his press conference. He's a great person. And he is genuinely excited to be back as a Buffalo Bill. The Rams pick is in. There's a small little minor tight end run being formed right now. Looks like it is Terrence Ferguson going to the LA Rams at 46. So our whole hypothesis there, or at least something that we were shooting the you know what on. With the Rams potentially finding, Stafford's successor is no longer. They're going to go with a tight end. It's Terrence Ferguson at 46th overall, and that puts the Arizona Cardinals on the board. The Vegas Raiders will be 48, and that means the Ravens. We're coming up on that 10 pick out category for where the Ravens are set to pick tonight in the second round.
I like this, man. I like how the draft. Like even last night. Watching it, the first round is usually 15 minutes per pick. But yesterday, they were not using all 15 minutes. They were, like, moving, like, a lot quicker than they normally do. And even, like, now with these drafts, they start to pick up, obviously, the more we get deep into the draft. But they're moving. They're moving quick. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, they are moving right now. And again, do you want to stay for the 59th at this point? Or what are you thinking?
I'm playing it by ear.
Okay. Like I told Keaton last night, Keaton was here for an hour and 15. Mm-hmm. Every 20 minutes, I had to like remind myself, because you know all the command center screens that I have right here. I had to keep like reminding myself, hey, make sure you say it out loud, Keaton. If you want to leave, bro, you can. Yeah. And the dude just keep wanting to hang,
Chilling, man.
Oh, goodness gracious. Man. I might have to DM him in a second here with the link. He asked me to do it last night. So.
You got to do that, man.
Okay. So the Rams are getting their tight end. Arizona's on the clock. Vegas is at 49. Let's just take a quick peek ahead here and remind ourselves. That's Cincy at 49. Seattle is at 50. Denver's at 51. Tennessee, Tampa, Green Bay, LA, Chicago, Carolina, Houston, and Baltimore. So lots to go here over the course of, I'm sure it's going to probably be a 10-minute type of thing here. Let's get back to the super chats that continue to fly in. Let's see. Yvette says the Lions, JG, still Chris in the back room. We're going to have to decipher this. Lions, JG, still Chris in the back room. What? Is this hieroglyphics? You got any idea?
JG.
You got anything for me there?
Is it still cries in the back room?
Oh, look at Arizona, dude. Arizona's flying right now. Patrick Peterson is introducing the pick for 47th overall, and it is in fact the Michigan corner, Will Johnson. He goes to Arizona at 47. That was definitely one of the top-rated corners that was still available.
They said he dropped because of, I think, a knee.
Was that what it was?
Injury in his knee, something like that.
Okay.
We talked about it last night.
Let's actually see where, in terms of, let's go big screen for where Jason had him. That looks like he probably already updated
updated
it. Yo, he's already updating it. Oh, trade.
He is crazy, man.
Buckle up, another trade. This is at least like 5 or 6 so far in the second round alone. Houston is trading up to 48 with the Raiders. So again, Vegas in no hurry to get a quarterback potentially to be the successor to Geno Smith. And now Houston's going to go up to 48 here. They're now on the clock.
Where did Jaden Higgins go again?
Jaden Higgins, the Iowa State wide receiver, went early in the second round a few minutes ago, and that was to
the Texans. Okay.
Houston.
Okay.
In the second overall pick in the second round.
All right. So never mind.
Yep. So that's where things stand right now. Again, Vegas just traded out. Really, Houston traded in. Let's say that to 48. Will Johnson's the corner that just went off the board.
Nice pick for them.
Vegas is on the clock since he's on deck.
I like how they had Patrick.
Look at Green Bay.
Too.
Look at Green Bay, boy.
You're supposed to be out there, man.
You know,
where's the draft next year?
I was gonna say we ought to put 2 and 2 together, put our brainstorming minds together next offseason. I have a goal. I'm just gonna throw this out there. I've already mentioned this to Sarah many times. My goal for the foreseeable future is to hit these 3 key offseason events as long as I'm doing this full time. 1, the Super Bowl and Radio Row Week.
Right, y'all be
2, the Combine.
We'll go in.
Really enjoyed that experience this year for the first time. And 3, the Senior Bowl. And I guess it's not that order. It goes Senior Bowl, Radio Row, Combine. And if I can hit those 3 events for the foreseeable future, and they're more receptive and open to us in this non-traditional space, it's going to change everything. Everything. And I hope it starts to happen. I hope that shift starts to happen for us.
Oh, yeah. You could definitely do that for sure. Without any issues, man. You should go for it.
Hope so. All right. So Houston's got a guy in mind. And the question is, who is it? Because the Raiders are trading out of 48. Houston is trading in. It looks like Josina Anderson is all over it. We'll wait for a few other reports to come in. Not that I don't trust Josina. It's just we're at the point in the draft where you don't necessarily know every single player, the school, the position, right? When you see the name.
Well, Jason does.
Jason certainly does. You already know that.
Jason does all of that. Man.
All right, let's give. James Green says Mike Green is next, so trades need to hurry up.
James ready. He said, get on it, EDC.
Dave's like, hey, we don't give a you-know-what about day 3 picks. Christ.
We do. We care about all of them. All of them, baby.
Yvette says Chris J.G. Sanders to back him up. Chris J.G.
So Shadur Sanders to back him up. To back up who?
Who is... You know, if things weren't happening so fast right now, I could probably process what it is that she's trying to tell us. I still have no clue.
So I think it's about Shadur. Shadur Sanders backing somebody up.
It's definitely about.
I'm assuming.
Oh, this cracks me up, man. By the way,
yeah,
our guy Spencer Schultz wants the ECU corner to fall into the Ravens' lap at 59. That's Siobhan Revel. And if he does, Keaton is definitely coming on the program because all of last night, he was touting him hard all night long. Okay, so there you have it. You referenced this a second ago. Will Johnson, the Michigan corner, was a surefire first-rounder, if not for the injury concern. Yeah. Talent is there. He could be a major steal. He ends up going to Arizona at 47. Houston's on the clock. They just traded into this position. Let's see what happens. The Raiders didn't want it. Cincinnati's on deck. Daryl Johnson hits us with a super chat. Your turn.
Daryl say Green will not be picked by the Ravens. I heard he has off-the-field issues dealing with women.
I think there's some sexual assault allegations. Well, allegations is where they're at. I don't have much on it aside from that.
Yeah, I'm sure the Ravens got all that information. But yeah, he's still out there.
Yep.
That's tricky, but yeah, especially with all the unknown right now with Justin Tucker. If they were to select him, again, it's allegations, so we don't know. But if they were to select him, it would just be them going against what they said that they are against. Because I mean, EDC said it too. He said we taking a lot of people off our board due to off the field concerns and whatnot. So hey, we won't know till we know. But yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. They ain't getting him. But he's still out there in the baller.
All right, let's see. The pick is in right now for Houston at 48.
Ooh.
We've got more super chats that are coming in. C King says, y'all think Mandrew's up out of here tonight? Hope not. And also Clinton weighs in on that. And he says, since tonight's the end of round 3, when should we consider Andrews safe from being traded? I know they want premium capital, but teams wanting him. I'll say this. I don't think anybody should feel comfortable until the draft is over, first and foremost, because there's just such an unpredictability that goes with this weekend. I have never once really wavered from the thought that he will be a part of it, but that doesn't mean that I don't feel like there was this chance that DaCosta's phone might ring. They're a willing participant on the other end to at least listen, but it had to be really, really sweet given his impact. And sorry, I almost lost my train of thought here because the Houston pick is in. They traded up to go get an offensive lineman. It's Ariante Ursary from
former Baltimore Raven right there. Owen Davis.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Picking for Houston.
Yeah.
Spent part of his career as a Texan.
Most of his career with the Texans. He came with us for a little bit. Real quick with the Gary Kubiak days. But.
That's before my time for sure.
Yeah. Well,
Ariante Ursary was just taken by Houston at 48 overall. He's the Minnesota offensive lineman. So now, finally, some AFC North fireworks is coming up. The Bengals at 49. But to get back to Clinton's question, I'll just say this. When it comes to Mark, I think that they were open for business, and that's what I interpreted by the messaging, not only from Eric DaCosta at the Combine, but during the pre-draft press conference as well. But I think it had to be really good, and I just think that with Mark, where he's at in his career, right, the injury history, unfortunately, in recent years, I don't think that's going to deter him this year, but I do think it would deter a team that not only might have to bring him in for some significant capital in exchange, but then also have to pay him next year.
Yeah, but at the same time, you talked about how you feel like after the draft, if he isn't traded by the draft, then you feel like he's going to be safe.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
No,
I think, like, say for instance, there's a team that they went through the draft and they wanted a certain tight end. They may have had like 2 or 3 tight ends on their board that they really, really like, but they didn't draft them. After the draft is over, they could be like, you know what? Let me hit up the Ravens and see what they're talking about when it comes to Mark Andrews. So I think if he's there, if he's still with the Ravens like a week after the draft, maybe 2 weeks after the draft, then I maybe consider him safe. But I still think there's that sort of grace period after the draft where he could still get moved. But I'm all over the place with the whole Mark Andrews thing, man, because Mark is a baller. He's a beast. He can play. Yeah, we know about the whole playoff thing and whatnot. Well, Isaiah Likely is a baller too, though, man. So we got some nice tight ends, and then you got Charlie Kohler too. He's nice too, but Ravens are in a great position, but a tough position at the same time with the tight ends, with all of them being in contract years. So, that's tough, man. That is tough, man.
Cincinnati
pick is in
at 49. Seattle is on deck at 50. Denver in the hole at 51. And since he's going with a linebacker out of South Carolina, it's Demetrius Knight Jr. So the Bengals go in the opening round with Shamar Stewart. And in the second round, they go Demetrius Knight Jr. This is about the most predictable start for Cincy because of what happened
was so bad last year,
on that side of the ball last year, was it not?
I mean, we were right there with them for 10 weeks.
Yes, they were.
But, yeah, we cleaned it up. They stayed dirty the whole season, man. So this makes sense, man.
I think so too. I think so too. So Demetrius Knight Jr., the South Carolina linebacker, is going to the Cincinnati Bengals. That puts Seattle now on the clock at 50, and we are officially inside 10 picks from the Ravens getting their day 2 started. Jeff Zarebek's chiming in with some players that are on his list that are still available. We'll go back to Jason's board here in just a second, but among them, and maybe hanging on by a thread at this point, is Mike Green. Right?
Yeah, but like King brought up, but maybe Ravens take him off because of the off-field stuff. So we'll see. We'll know soon.
And is he dropping because of that? I mean, is that the elephant in the room right now? So there's other players that obviously are out there as well, particularly at corner, if that's an area that they want to continue to add depth to. Names like Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Azariah Thomas, all still available right there. And Keaton's guy, Siobhan Revel Jr. out of East Carolina at quarterback. So, we'll have to see how things shake out here. But Seattle is now on the clock at 50. Denver at 51. We're going to be joined by Jamie Sharper, the former Baltimore Raven, in just a bit. He's now back on staff for the DC Defenders. And Matt McCraine is going to be joining as well, who is his kicker. And I'll definitely be curious. I know you might be as well, to pick Matt's brain, given, speaking of elephant in the room, where the Ravens stand right now at kicker. I think that's going to be an interesting conversation to be had when you look at the day 3 class, maybe the undrafted class that could project to not hear their names be called over the course of the next couple of days. So let's get this party going. We got Q that's chiming in as well.
Oh, he's there already.
Oh yeah, he's ready to roll. We'll bring Kadri Ismail into the program right now. Look at him. Hey, you're in your element right now.
Man, I am just sitting here looking at this draft. I have been multitasking. I had my missile training clients. One is in a tournament down in DC she's a professional squash player. She's number 10 in the world. And she just advanced to the semifinals for her squash tournament. So I'm sitting here like multitasking and just finished off with her. Going to go down, see her live tomorrow, live Sunday. And she's going to hoist up her own trophy. Have my son Kadir in town real quick before he flies back out to Las Vegas. And I will be sitting here anxiously awaiting to see what the Ravens are going to do.
Well, let's start with the obvious point here. Congratulations to Kadir. We know he spent the summer and part of last year with your team that you won a Super Bowl with here in Baltimore, and now he's going to get another shot. I'm sure it's been an emotional couple of days for you as Pops, but I know you're going to be looking at some West Coast flights at some point here. We're all rooting for him to potentially try and find his way onto that roster one way or another in the next coming months. Q, congratulations, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. It's interesting because from my mindset and vantage point, it was cool and awesome that he, was on the Ravens. And I think it was unfortunate that, his foot was kind of acted up a little bit and he had to kind of shut it down, get on IR, all the things. But then I think what was, it's the business side of it that me, the former player, I recognize it, but I get, annoyed with the business side of things that, I wanted him to continue on and get the nod as the futures contract, and they decided to go in a different direction. So in that, you kind of bite your tongue and recognize that, okay, so be it. But Kadir winds up doing his thing, and so this is funny. He was saying that he was on the first 6 weeks of the season on the practice squad before being released, but technically that's not accurate. He technically was just put on IR, so you're not released, but you're, because he could have been released, but he wasn't. So he's put on IR, and then obviously he did his rehab, and he had a ton of positives that were presented from the coaching staff, training staff, everything. So nothing but good, that I felt, came from the team and the coaches and all that. But I just think that, for whatever philosophical things that, the front office wants to do, then they do what they do. And I think it's cool because now from a Raiders aspect of things, there's some really, really good stuff that I've just been listening to him talk about in the 4-day period of time, and being able to chop it up with, Coach Pete Carroll, and obviously do his thing. And I think a really good tight end room. And I think Coach Steckel, who his dad was a head coach for the Minnesota Vikings at one point, and I just think, yeah, it's a really, really good, unique fit for what Kadir is all about. And I think, one, Thomas Patrick Brady and his love of all things recovery and just being more like, hey, that winner's mindset of what we need to do and not beat the body down, I think is going to be just in lockstep for Kadir.
Go ahead, Ing.
No, hey, what's up, Q? How you doing, man?
Bruh, doing well.
Good, man. I ain't get to talk to you in a little minute, man. Cause I remember.
You guys done some stuff together, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It was years ago. But yeah, that was a fun little conversation that we had. It was on Twitter.
Yeah.
Places. Yeah. So that's cool, man.
It was before Sarah joined up with Bobby on the Vault. Sarah and I, we were doing
the weekly thing.
Yes, we would do, like, during the season after the games, we would do Sarah and Q post game review, and basically we were like sitting there. Obviously I was trying to figure out the social media space, and so was she. She was out there in Ohio doing her thing with her family. But I was like, look, Sarah, I think when you were with the Ravens, you and I had great chemistry. When I'd be on the different TV shows, I think this would be a good opportunity to kind of jump back in it. And so I have a little thing where, Bobby needed a partner. And I think I honed in, seasoned her, gave her the abilities to handle the immense pressure that is working with one Bobby Trossett.
Man, I hope it doesn't come with too much pressure, because Sarah is a dynamite, as we all know. So I think if anything, it's vice versa. But Q, we are 8 picks out from where the Ravens sit right now at 59th overall. As you know, it's one of 2 picks that are scheduled for day 2. You've got a pass rusher by the name of Nick Scorton that just came off the board to the Panthers from Texas A&M.
Before Mike Green.
Before Mike Green. We're going to bring up the board here in a second, Q, because I want to get your thought in terms of, because we're coming in on that almost 5 out from the Ravens. Demetrius Knight Jr., the linebacker from South Carolina, just went to Cincinnati. That's obviously coupled with what they on day 1 going after Shamar Stewart, the project in a lot of people's minds, because of the limited production from Texas A&M at 14 in the first round. But let's first just do this. So Tennessee's on the clock right now, then Tampa, then Green Bay. Q, what we're going to do here is pull up Jason Smith's board in terms of his Raven-centric positional breakdown. And what I think a lot of people are commenting in the chat is Mike Green's status. Top-ranked edge rusher. He does have some sexual assault allegations that are looming. They are allegations, but that is something that could perhaps be a factor in why he is falling. He's the Marshall edge rusher. As you look at the board right now, you look at their needs, whether it's guard, whether it's corner, whether it's D-line. Where are you going at 59, 7 picks from now?
I thought it was really unique, and I'm going to, move forward to go backwards. The obvious choice of where the first round kind of fell to the Ravens, and they had, Malachi Starks. I thought his just rare to have what you want fall into your lap. When I'm looking at this board now, I would actually go over to the offensive side. And so, okay, I see this board up here. Okay. I would actually love to do more offensive line and look at a guard. I just think that mentally you felt really good with your day 1 pick on the defensive side. You saw how Zach Orr was just gushing over Starks. So why not go and give a little love to Todd Monken and Lamar and say, look, we're ready to protect your butt. and
No,
and
yeah,
and I think that would be a really cool opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. Because when you look at the depth or lack thereof on the offensive line, specifically at guard, right now it's Daniel the depth and the future. Because Daniel Farlele in his last year, at left guard, they signed Ben Cleveland. They brought him back, but it's just a 1-year deal. No guaranteed money, no bonuses in that deal at all. So it just seems like he might possibly be, I don't want to, not necessarily a placeholder, but he may just be somebody to where, all right, we'll see how the draft goes, and he could still be with the team, and he may not. We'll see. But and then they of course have Andrew Voorhees, and with Andrew Voorhees, he's dealt with injuries throughout his collegiate career. Dealt with injury a little bit even last year too. His first year starting with the team. If you're the Ravens, would you be willing moving forward this year? Would you be willing to put your trust in Andrew Voorhees as a starting left guard?
So it's weird because they first went with him and there was a lot of high praise. Obviously, last year going to camp as many times as I did, I really got a good sense of the offensive line and a good sense of him. And I thought he, earned the spot. But then, like you said, those nagging injuries kind of came about, and John, moved on from him in a weird kind of a way. Like I don't know why, but he did. So I think there is redemption there. I think there's a redemption. There's a redemption opportunity for him, especially now that the love of John Harbaugh's life and Patrick McCarry is not there. So that dude, he had a 1,000 lives. But yeah, I think this is a scenario where Andrew Voorhees can come in and feel like it's his job to lose.
Okay. Right now in the waiting room, we've got your former teammate, Q, Jamie Sharper, who's going to be joining in just a bit, and a former NFL kicker who's currently a DC Defenders place kicker, Matt McCraine. We're going to be bringing them in just a bit. 59th overall is where the Ravens are selected to pick. Tampa Bay is on the clock right now. Green Bay's on deck, and the Chargers are in the hole. Of course, they went running back yesterday on day one with Greg Roman as their OC. Yeah. They went and got Omarion Hampton. There were only 2 backs taken in the first round. The first, of course, Ashton Genty, who's going to be your son's teammate, Q, in Vegas. And that dude is a beast.
He looked like Napoleon Kaufman. People don't remember him, but he was back in my day. Same height, same, kind of build, and Napoleon might have been like a smidge faster, but they both kind of had that same, run style. And I just was like, wow, that dude looked awesome. What is this? Who is?
So Tampa's picking in.
Yep, but I'm looking up at the screen, and I guess that was moments ago. For the
Tampa hasn't dropped yet. Tampa and Green Bay are here it is. It's Notre Dame corner Benjamin Morrison. He goes 53 overall to the Buck.
That 52nd
edge rushers and corners.
I want to start a go now.
All right, so.
But yes, I think, just from a running back aspect of things with the Chargers, man, shoot, looking at the highlight tape of, oh boy, like that dude, he looked valid. He was, well, yeah. No.
No. Genty Raiders. Hampton.
Omarion
Hampton.
Yeah, Omarion. Yeah. He's a big boy. Omarion is like, if Genty is in my, like I said, my era, Napoleon Kaufman, or a more recent, kind of a comparison would be Maurice Jones-Drew. Omarion Hampton, my God, man, that dude he got some size to him. He's just kind of like, yeah, all right, I'm gonna show you what's what. So That offense, boy. Woo. Greg Roman's going to be in his bag.
You already know. That was the most predictable first-round strategy that you've seen in quite some time. Here is that Notre Dame corner that I mentioned. Jordan Schultz all over it. Several teams would have graded him as a 1, meaning a first-rounder, if not for the injuries. Terrific player. That's who Schultz is hearing and what he is hearing. And that now puts Green Bay, the host city of this draft, on the clock at 54. The Chargers are 55. The Bears are 56. And right around the corner, Ravens sit at 59. So chat, where are you at? Let's get to some super chats. Q, how you doing on time? You want to come up to the 59th with us and live react?
We'll do the 59th and live react.
All right. Sounds good. D-Wiz just became a new channel member. Welcome. Wildlife Wale, are you doing okay on time too, Ing?
Yeah, I'm good. I probably stay till the Ravens pick.
Right.
Hit it.
Love it. Wildlife Wale says was waiting to catch a live show to officially become a Voltron. Diamond Bull wants Tate Ratledge to fall. It's the best guard in the draft, according to Diamond Bull. Hey, Q, there was a guard, a very talented guard that went early tonight, and that was 6th overall in the second, 38th overall draft wide, or excuse me, 37th overall, and that was to Miami, the Arizona guard, Jonah Savania, I think is the last name pronunciation. So Tate Ratledge is still out there. James Green wants Maxwell Harrison. The only problem is he left in the first round. I think he was like the 31st pick or something like that, the corner out of Kentucky. He's not available. Wildlife wants Azariah Thomas from FSU, a physical corner. He is available at corner. You got Thomas, you got Revel, who was Katon Mitchell's teammate at ECU. You got Porter, you got Amos. There's still some names out there, and we're getting closer and closer. The Green Bay pick is in. And you got anything
they're moving, man.
to get after?
We getting. I'm just waiting on 59.
I wouldn't mind Thomas though, as far as like corner. Like you can, hey, if you don't go guard and you do go corner, I wouldn't mind. Like shoot, hey bro, Wildlife Wale, I'm with you, brother. Like is all it to me. You can't go wrong with getting corners and at the same time being in a position where you have the luxury of getting a guard. That's how I'm looking at it.
Right. And if you think about the way that they're set up for the foreseeable future, you all hope that Marlon can play for another 5 years, but that's no guarantee.
Right.
And so
business side too.
Right, the business side comes into play at some point as well. You have Nate for the next several years on his rookie deal. TJ Tampa in the same category if he can take a step.
Ooh, I forgot about TJ Tampa.
Right?
I think TJ, don't say you forgot about him. Don't come on now.
Not like that, but you get what I mean. But yeah, when we talk about
I know.
don't think about TJ Tampa enough.
TJ just kind of had a little setback with the abdominal issue, but now he's back.
I was just gonna say, like, and you can speak on this. Had he not sustained that double sports hernia that required surgery at the latter half of camp, you got to wonder, does he find his way into the rotation at times with injuries to Arthur Maulette and others last year?
1,000%. Yeah, absolutely. Now, he was doing his thing on special teams as well. And, when you see a guy being able to translate his game, which he was, I think, no question about it. He would have been living large. Absolutely, I'm a fan of TJ Tampa.
Yeah, but I guess to put a bow on that conversation, you bring in another young rookie that can compete, and now you're looking at the post Marlin era here starting to kind of come to fruition. Cheeto is you would think the 1 or 2 year guy, being that Tennessee's paying a whopping $7.5 million for him to suit up elsewhere this upcoming season. And he's probably your Brandon Stevens replacement on paper, but can a rookie come in and compete? We'll have to see.
He could. And it's interesting. I remember last year when y'all had Marlon Humphrey on, and he talked about it, like, because he knows the business. He done seen the business firsthand. And he talked about how Nate Wiggins, he said they should draft him, but that could end up in the future being his replacement because he know how the game goes, man.
Sure. Q, here you go. Chargers at 55, which means we're now 3 picks out from the Ravens being back on the clock. LA is going with Mississippi wide receiver Trey Harris. So 55th overall. The Chargers are going offense for Justin Herbert. They went with Omarion Hampton yesterday, as we mentioned, and now they go with a playmaker from Ole Miss. He transferred from Louisiana Tech for the 23 season, and now he heads to LA.
Interesting because he was a quarterback and he was Malik Neighbors' teammate. So anytime you hear quarterback, you hear cerebral. So, I'm watching his highlight. Nice release off the line of scrimmage, high point the ball against Clemson.
There we go, play-by-play analyst. Listen to you. Hey, we all know that was your background. You were on the call for Mile High. We know that.
No, I love it. I mean, and he's got he has a smooth running flow to him. Like you can just see where he's in a slot and his little stutter steps and getting inside a defender was real smooth. But then you see the acceleration, and then you're just not catching him. I like this pick. Justin Herbert is going to be living large. Justin's going to be like, all right, listen, y'all got a running back, but y'all got to help me out. Who was it? Lad McConkey last year who blew it up. I ain't tripping. But Trey Harris, I think, will be an extremely valuable addition to the receiver room.
Buckle up, everybody. We're just a few picks out from the Ravens at 59. Brian checking in here, sending his congratulations to Kadir. Congratulates you.
That's cool.
Adds that there's a little God's plan maybe involved as well. And so now Chicago, the pick is in. They're on the clock right now. It's the second year, to your point, for as far as the Chargers are concerned, Q, that they've drafted a wide receiver in the second. Lad McConkey certainly was sort of a fringe Pro Bowler in year one and everything he meant to Justin Herbert. So let's go back to the board and see what the chat's thinking about right now in terms of who's available and where Eric DeCosta might go. This is the first of two picks today. The second will be in the third round, and then there's just an onslaught tomorrow. They got 4 in the 6th alone, which brings you back to what they had in the 4th back in 22. You guys remember that?
Yeah, I do remember.
Cute. You know Eric DeCosta. You know how he is. You know how the Ravens normally operate. And like Bobby was just talking about a couple years ago, they had 11 picks, and they used all of them. This year, do you think the Ravens will run it back and use all 11 again, or you think they make some trades and they get rid of some of them?
Like, it's surprising to me that they haven't done something yet. So what does that mean? So, like, if you look at all their draft choices that they've done over the years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They had 9 picks last year. And I think looking at these 9, I mean, Nate and Roger Rosengarten clearly, did their thing. Adisa Isaac, you're kind of like, boy, what is up with the Penn State water? I don't know. You got, Tez Walker is the guy that I think is going to really make a big leap this year. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm pausing. The year before, obviously Zay Flowers blew up. Trenton Simpson took a mega step backwards. Tavius Robinson, dude was living large. I just, Andrew Voorhees, it remains to be seen what is going to go on with him. I don't think you really, my point is, I don't really think you need that many quote unquote draft choices to solidify things. Yeah. What? You had Jalen Armour-Davis, Charlie Kolar, Jordan Stout, and then Isaiah likely in that 2022 draft class. Charlie, Jordan, and Isaiah, and Daniel Fa'alele. So that was a hell of a 4th round.
I think Pepe was in there as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, and let me throw this in here right now too, Q, so that we're up to date. Where did it go? Let's see for a second here. Okay, so one of the top remaining guards is now off the board. That's Tate Ratledge, and I think it's via trade. So Detroit just leapfrogged some teams to get into 56th, I believe. And so now we're 2 picks away. And why don't we do this? Coach Sharper, you want to come on? Give me the thumbs up if you want to come on for some live reaction here. Okay, cool. Let's bring in your former teammate Q, who is now back with the DC Defenders, and that is the Super Bowl champion himself. You guys both are, and now you're back in the same room together.
Yes, sir. Yep, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, loud and clear. What's up, Jamie? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm on this little mic right here. I'm down here in Arlington, Texas. They definitely pulled back into coaching with the DC Defenders, so I'm helping out with the special teams. Our interim coach here, Shannon Harris, called me about coming back to help out, so I had to do it because I think he's a great coach, and the actual XFL and now UFL as a whole is a great organization for young players trying to come back into the thing and able to make an NFL roster. So I want to help those guys out.
Heck yeah. And what we're going to do,
Jamie,
too,
when
is
you look at if I can follow up real quick, because I think the game within the game, obviously these young players here that are being drafted, but what do you see as far as the talent of the UFL and how, or what is the fine line between there and making that next step, whether it be into the NFL and making a 53-man roster?
What I see with a bunch of our guys, we have NFL talent on our roster, but they don't know how to be a professional, you know. And I remember watching you as a professional when I first came in '97, how you used to sit on a little medicine, blow a ball before practice and do your hips like this and roll around and stuff. I'm like, what is this old man doing here on this ball? And it's a preparation. You're preparing for practice, getting your body ready so you can be at maximal effort when practice comes. And some players just think they go out there like Michael Jordan, I can just make it up as I go. They don't understand your body can't do that all day. You can't do it for 10, 15 years to be a professional. You got to prepare your body each day like you're playing a game so it can maximize its effort. So we have some guys that don't know about that, being a professional. Then we have guys that have gotten in trouble. They don't understand about staying away from the party life. Then you have guys that just maybe have an injury prone. They had one injury here that kept them from being drafted. And then that same injury drags along with them, behind them, as they try to get an NFL career. One guy, I think you won't mind me talking about him, is Anthony Hines. He's played in this league for 3 years, no injuries, running around. He runs a 4.45, but when he was at the combine, he ran like a 4.6 or something when he was hurt. But the guy's like a 4.45 linebacker. And then I've called around about him, trying to get him in there. But people will talk about his last injury, so it's different things.
Hey, can I jump in here just to make sure everybody's caught up to speed? The Ravens are, in some cases, in the Twitter sphere, they're on the clock. On television, they're still 2 picks out. But it looks like the Raiders are going with TCU wide receiver Jack Beck. And so now the Ravens are on the clock at 59 overall. What I want to do, guys, is go to the big board here, courtesy of our friend Jason Smith, and do a little screen share in terms of who might be, in your minds, Q and Jamie, the best player available, which is obviously a philosophy that the Ravens leaned on heavily yesterday. Got a lot of value in Malachi Starks, the Georgia safety. And you got to jump in here as well when it comes to who's the one player on the board. Is it Mike Green? Is it potentially a corner? Jamie, as you look at the board right now, does guard stand out to you right now? What is it that's jumping off the page?
So I'm looking at your colors here, and it's very, very colorful. So we got the green, we got the light blue, we got the light pink. But as I look at the actual names, it's hard for me to say what position. But if I look at the actual Ravens roster and what they need to get over the hump, they need a tight end that can definitely go deep and stretch the field. I think we have 2 tight ends that can take care of things underneath, and somebody that stretch the field and take it off over top. So we need either a wide receiver or a tight end that can actually stretch the field to make the defensive guys have to respect the deep threat. That's what I think we're missing. So whether it be a wide receiver or a tight end that can stretch somebody deep, that's what I'm thinking.
That's an interesting one right there. I feel like Isaiah Likely, he's pretty good at stretching the field. But as
Yeah,
far as
likely. I like likely. You know, he can catch the 15-yard routes, 17-yard routes, but I haven't seen him house it yet. You know, I haven't seen him house a catch to the touchdown and just outrun people. Sometimes you need a guy that can just do that and make them play too deep, so that then you can start hitting underneath routes that Lamar loves, and that's I think what we need.
Q, you calling your shot here?
I think as much as I love the offensive side, I think if they're not going to pull the trigger on a lineman, and Jamie, I hear you as far as the skill position. I'm like, bruh, I'm like, let's go corner or edge rush. Corner or edge rush, those are my two.
Okay.
I think it would need to be edge rush. I mean corner too, but yeah, I think edge rush is a bigger priority than corner, just by a little bit. Just because there's a lot of uncertainty. You got Kyle Vanoy, who's been doing this thing. Adafe Away, he's been getting better and better. But they're both in the last year of their deals, and after them, it's like there's a lot of unknown when it comes to the Baltimore Ravens. They have Adisa Isaac, who Q was just talking about earlier. They have Tavius Robinson too. I know. Oh, and David Ajabo, who he started off dealing with injuries early on, but he's been healthy, but he just hasn't had the impact that they wanted him to have yet. So I think you got to go for impactful edge guy. There's been a lot of talk about Mike Green, but like we mentioned with the allegations, I can't see Ravens going that route right now.
Guess what? Here it is. Here it is, Ing.
They did it.
I think the chat is going to really thoroughly enjoy this one with the 59th overall selection.
They did it.
In the 2025 NFL Draft. The Ravens are assessing what I think a lot of people feel like is their biggest need, and that is the edge rusher, the pass rusher out of Marshall, Mike Green. He led the nation with 17.5 sacks last season, and now he is coming to Baltimore.
That's crazy.
Goodness gracious.
I'm surprised. Wow.
So at this point, okay, so let's dissect this, because there are sexual assault allegations that are out there. But as Jamie and Q know, who have been inside those walls and understand how the operation goes, the Ravens haven't not done their homework if they were to go and make this pick. They have clearly done their homework. They clearly feel comfortable with this. Jamie, what's your first reaction?
My first reaction is great, because he was at UVA, then something happened, then he went to Marshall, but he's a Virginia guy. So I'm happy. We got a Virginia guy in Baltimore. I'm happy about that, period. Now, the second part is I've seen these defensive ends in the first round get drafted, some quote-unquote edge outside linebackers get drafted. They literally had 5 sacks their whole career. I'm from the time when Peter Boulware had 15 or plus in 1 year. So this kid gets 17, we know he can rush a passer. Some of these other guys will have projections where they think they can rush the passer in the future because they're 6'4.5" and whatever pounds. But this kid can get after the quarterback, so he's instant access, knocking quarterbacks down all day.
Q, your instant reaction is what?
I love it. I think, from a Ravens character aspect of things, trust me, not everybody is crystal clean and pure and holy, whole and wholesome. So let's just go ahead and put that away. And the Virginia boy is coming to Baltimore. I think what is so unique about him is that he has that ability, what they call bendable, and obviously, Jamie, you and I have seen it. You've seen it more than I have, but that ability to get around the corner and just turn that shoulder so low to the ground, Von Miller style, like you're a speed skater just going around the corner and just like getting to the quarterback. That is something that the Ravens really need, a closer. I don't think we have seen the Ravens with a closer. And if you get a guy that can close out a game and just make that impact, or right before halftime, make that impact play to get the team off the field. That's going to be powerful. So I think that if he can be that, clearly Chuck Smith has brought that knowledge base. I think that he is smiling right now, and I have no problem with this pick.
I want to get your thoughts in here in just a second. Again, Mike Green, 59th overall, is coming to the Baltimore Ravens. He's the edge rusher out of Marshall, 17.5 sacks last season alone. That led the FBS. That led the nation. Okay. He had 22.5 tackles for loss, by the way, last year as well. Okay. Now, the elephant in the room, as we've discussed, not to harp on it, but there are sexual assault allegations out there. No charges have been filed. Okay, that's the reality of it right now. And as we've discussed, and I'm so thankful that we have both of your perspectives as former Ravens that are in the building right now. You guys know better than anybody that the Ravens, if they weren't comfortable with the homework and the results of said homework, this would not have come to fruition tonight. Ing, your instant reaction is what?
Oh man, production, man, production. The 17 sacks in the season, that's amazing. And then, like you talked about, the 22.5 tackles for loss as well. And that's something. This is something that I wanted them to do this season, this offseason, this draft, is to make sure for whatever they did at edge, because we knew they were going to address edge, but for it not to be somebody who's a project. And obviously, a rookie, they got plenty of stuff that they still need to work on. They're not in their final form yet, but I wanted them to make sure that they got somebody who's ready to contribute right here, right now. Somebody who's been productive in college, and that's exactly what they got. Like you mentioned, the homework must be done because, again, with everything that they got going on, especially with Justin Tucker, then they must have done like homework. They must have done overtime research and everything that's going on with the allegations with Mike Green. So they must be okay. Well, they're obviously okay with it because they drafted him in the second round.
The people from the Baltimore Banner, I'm sure, are going to go ahead and do some more due diligence.
Oh, you already know that, Q. Hey, Coach, let's get your thoughts
so
on the
Q, where did the Baltimore Banner come from? When did we get tabloid media in Baltimore like that? When did we get that? When did that happen? What year?
I don't know. I think that's the new math. Try to be a little bit more spicy, like the New York market or the Philadelphia market, or you got to grow. So the Banner kind of like, yeah, we're gonna get spicy.
Hey, Coach.
I did a. Yep.
I want to get your thoughts on the measurables, on what sticks out to you, and I'm just going to read some of these details to you. 6'3", 251 is Mike Green, 32-inch arm, 8.5-inch hand size. Look at the athleticism score. It ranked first, 88 overall. That ranked first among his class at the position. That included all defensive ends. That included all edge rushers. Not a lot in terms of the combine results. He was very careful with what he did. He did go 28 reps, and I believe that's a 225 default, right? At the combine, 225 is what they do.
Yeah.
I think that's the case. Anyway, so he was a projected round one guy by Lance Zierlein of NFL.com. Here's some of the overview on him. The strengths: he possesses explosive power, strong core, full tilt motor, plays the ball with a high level of violence and physicality. I'm not going to read all the bullet points, but as you take a look at the intangibles, some of the traits, what comes to mind just in terms of how that translates to the NFL level?
Well, when Q says something about being able to bend, that's the tilt, coming around the corner, being able to make your body move and lean into your pass rush. So that's a big thing that some guys have and some guys don't. I remember back when I first came to the league and people talked about Derek Thomas, how he could bend the corner and just keep rushing the passer because his ankles were so strong that he could bend around the corner and just keep rushing and don't have to worry about slipping up. So it's different intangibles that you see with this guy that he has, that when he says bend and being able to come around that corner. I'm looking at his size. 250 is great. That's a good size coming in. I mean, he maybe get up to 255, 260, or he can drop down to be faster. 6'3", that's a great size for an outside linebacker, defensive end. When you start getting under 6'3" to 6'2", 6'1.5", then you get engulfed sometimes by the offensive tackles who are 6'5.5", 6'6". The only thing I see here with one thing was, I think his hand size said 8.5. That's a little smaller than I thought it would be. but everything else seems like it's up to par with the actual defensive end / pass rusher. He's going to be a guy, I think, that if he's one-on-one with the offensive tackle, he can make some things happen. Now, the Raven scheme sometimes doesn't have that guy rushing from the outside edge just with speed the whole time. But I think our D coordinator can make some changes and make it happen in the future.
My guy Ing's about to bounce, but he wanted to say goodbye to you guys. He's visiting from South Florida. He came up for a draft party last night, and he's about to head back to the hotel.
Hey, good talking to you, Q. Nice meeting you, Jamie. Appreciate the both of y'all.
Yes,
my
sir.
guy Bobby.
Word.
Shout out to all y'all Voltrons, man.
Dude, that was fun, man.
Appreciate you,
two
man.
hours in.
Yeah, man.
When you go downstairs, we're literally in my place in Canton right now. When you make your way downstairs, just lock the bottom lock on the way out.
Lock it. Make sure you lock it. If you don't lock it, you're in trouble.
I was gonna say,
you want to run up in the studio.
Yeah, this is literally this is at home stuff, baby. We're in the command center here in Canton. Come on now.
Like Tilly is like, listen, my guard duty days are over.
Tilly's looking at him right now, like, where are you going? All right, brother. Great seeing you, dude. Yep. Safe travels back tomorrow. All right. So we're gonna bring in Matt McCraine here in a second. Q, anything else that we want to wrap up the Mike Green discussion with? I do have a clip of him absolutely dominating in a one-rep fashion at the Senior Bowl. So I'll get that in just a second. But is there anything else on your mind before we let you go?
Yeah, I just think what they're looking at is finisher, a guy that can get after the quarterback in key moments, that has that sense of how to dominate a phase of the game. It's different phases of the game that you have to present, and this into the second quarter and into the fourth quarter is where you make your money. Obviously, as a receiver, anytime it's third down, everybody in the building know you're going to pass it, so you want to be that go-to guy and make that critical catch to get the first down or the touchdown. Well, for a rush end guy, you need to be able to finish. You need to get the trifecta, the strip, sack, force fumble, and recover it. And I think that's something that you can teach it, but if you already have that innate dog in you, like Mike Green is exhibiting, I think that's going to go a long way. And you got Chuck Smith, I think will be great for him.
Take a look at, Jamie, what Chuck Smith is reacting to in real time right now. Again, this is a very cryptic tweet, but I think we all know what he's referring to. Just a bunch of fire emojis, a bunch of emotion here. Hashtag #RavensVault. Mike Green finally on the television copy is going to Baltimore. The pick is in. We're a little bit ahead of things in the Twitter sphere. But Mike Green, if you're just tuning in, he is coming to Baltimore. He led the FBS last season with over 17 sacks. And he slips to Baltimore at 59, who maybe just found their guy who could be a game wrecker for the first time since T-Sizz. I mean, are we going back that far, guys, in terms of when they've had that kind of player? I'm not projecting him to be that right away, obviously overnight, but could they potentially have that at their disposal? We'll have to wait and see.
They got the statistics to show it.
Yeah, I think it could be.
Yeah, the potential is there, but T-Sizz was just a different cat.
Yeah. Q, you're the man.
Yeah, I think it's all good.
Kadir. We appreciate you, Q. We'll do it again, I'm sure, in the coming days to evaluate how things go all 3 days. But congratulations to Kadir. We're all fired up for you and the family, and we'll catch up soon.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys. Jamie, as always, brother, love you.
All right, Q. Holla at you, boss. Interested, like
nothing like the brother.
The AFC North drafted. Yeah, AFC North, they drafted like with all defensive players except for like one running back to Cleveland. Is that what I saw online? It's like all defensive players. The AFC North almost.
Yeah.
Besides a running back to Cleveland. That's what I saw.
Cincy better just use every single pick that's at their disposal to go defense after what we watched last year, you know. But
yeah, well, Al Golden, man.
What's that?
Yeah, I was saying like Al Golden, coming back in from Notre Dame, he's a former linebacker coach for me at UVA, so I know him. And then I look at some of the other defensive coordinators in the AFC North, and they know the AFC North is all about defense, and that's how they drafted.
Why don't we do this? In the waiting room right now is a former NFL kicker. He's currently on your team right now, or the DC Defenders of the XFL. He played his college football at Kansas State, got his first shot in the NFL as a place kicker for the Arizona Cardinals, had stops after that in Oakland, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Philadelphia, Detroit, you name it. Still going. He and I are the same age. Matter of fact, we're separated by less than a month, so we just hit the this new decade. Matt McCraine, great to have you on the channel, man. Welcome in.
Man, I'm just honored to be in the presence of some great Ravens, man. You have Q and Sharp, of course. I mean, I'm living a childhood dream. These '90s, 2000s guys, it's pretty cool.
Heck yeah, it's great to have you on, Matt. And I think for a number of reasons, as we start to look ahead, and the Ravens have another pick tonight, one in the third round. This was obviously the first of two today. But as we take a look at some of the elephants in the room when it comes to the situation that looms for Justin Tucker, the Ravens got to be looking at the future at that position, which is crazy to believe and crazy to say. Just didn't think that it would come so quick, but it certainly seems like the writing is on the wall. Do you have any kind of familiarity with the current draft class at kicker? And how much are you in the community right now, knowing that you're still grinding in the XFL?
Yeah, this is probably the second year that I've kept a close eye on it. Some of the others, when I've been in and out of the National Football League, I haven't kept up with the draft classes, but this year's definitely a good draft class. But regardless of whether the Baltimore situation or there's some other teams around the league, whether it's contract or other issues that are going on. I mean, a kicker position is always on the drawing block for somebody. They're looking at drafting or having somebody come in and compete. So I don't think that's specific to anywhere Baltimore this year or anybody else. But it's a not really a kicker heavy draft class. I think there's a few out there, but there's quite a few teams that are looking. That's for sure.
Jamie, I think you're muted at the moment right now, but as you take a look at the Ravens situation that they find themselves in, it's got to be a priority going into day 3 at kicker, wouldn't you think?
I think they will look at a kicker, and they talked about it a little bit in the press. I want to know, like, is Tucker going to be on the commissioner's list? Like, do they already know whether he's going to be on it or not? That's my question, because if they know he's going to be on the commissioner's list until everything's done, then they're definitely going to draft a kicker. But if they don't know for sure yet, then it's probably back and forth up in the air. But it's a tough situation, because we saw what's going on with Shannon Sharp and ESPN and all types of stuff going on. It's like these guys have to realize that you can't put yourself in certain situations, but you have to also understand that now with the internet, anything can happen, no matter how far away it was. And it's just a tough situation to be able to go out here and try to make some money, earn your job, and then to have to deal with certain things that's putting up against you, whether it be in the court of law or just in civil suits or what have you. So it's a tough situation.
So at 61 overall, as we do a little bit of multitasking, being these picks are just starting to get fired off here. The Commanders are going with Ole Miss corner Trey Amos. He was one of the more top-rated corners that was available according to the board that we've been looking at and kind of basing all of this off of. So that puts Chicago now on the clock at 62. Kansas City is set to pick at 63, and then Philadelphia at 64. The Ravens won't be for a little while. I think it's actually not until the 11 o'clock hour, if memory serves. But as far as the Justin Tucker thing is concerned, as of right now, from what I know, there is an ongoing investigation that has yet to be finalized. And as far as the Ravens are concerned, they have continued to say, while that investigation is ongoing, we're essentially, paraphrasing, we're essentially not making a decision yet. We're waiting for the league itself to conclude the investigation, but they have been working out kickers. Kickers have been at one winning drive. And so I guess, Matt, the question is, being that this is your profession, as you start to look at the successor and trying to find the successor of arguably, or maybe inarguably, I would love to know your thought on that, the GOAT at the position. Where the hell do you even start?
I don't think he's one of the greats all time. I think that starter is the greatest all time.
Hey, and Matt, can I just interrupt you? Because I thought it was me at first, but you're sounding a little robotic. Maybe go non-AirPods, and we'll give that a shot here in a second. How about now? We'll give Matt a second to figure that out. Chicago's on the board at 62. Their pick is in. They went with Colston Loveland yesterday, the tight end out of Michigan, and then they began today with Luther Burden, the wide receiver who slipped to the first round because of some injury concerns. Matt, is that better?
Yeah, how does that sound?
Perfect. That sounds better. Did you hear my question, though?
I did, yeah. Sorry, I've got a crying 2-month-old and a 3-year-old in the other room, so that's why I had the AirPods in. Yeah, I don't know if it came through or not. I mean, you can't replace a guy like Justin Tucker. I don't think he's one of the greatest. I think he is the greatest kicker of all time that we've seen. I mean, you can go through years and years and years of NFL tape of game-winning field goals that he's had. I mean, almost probably the Tiger Woods of field goal kicking. And so how do you go to replace a guy like that if you have to? And I think, like you said, Baltimore stance is we just don't know yet. And I don't think they're willing to make a move. We'll see what they end up doing in some of the later rounds, but I think the question is we just don't know. But what I can tell you is, when you look at least from a kicking perspective, is drafting a kicker regardless is a shot in the dark. You've seen that through some successful draft picks, like Will Reichert, who's done well for Minnesota. You've seen some others that have not done well. And so at what point do you draft them high in 3rd or 4th round, or do you wait until a 7th round, or either in free agency? So I think that's the debate is how well have you done your research, and is it worth a draft pick?
Sure. It's like with such a high flying offense, it's so hard to project how much you actually need a kicker. But as you both know well, there's going to be some tight games that are decided by less than a touchdown, maybe by a matter of points, if not a point, 2 points. And so at some point, particularly when it comes to postseason football, you want somebody that you can have a certain level of reliability on. And that has been number 9 in Baltimore for as long as a lot of fans can remember that have grown up in this era. So Matt, as you look at the class that's coming out, how is it? How do you measure trying to evaluate pressure management? Because you have high leverage situations in college, but it's a bigger sample size, obviously, with a lot more on the line in a lot of cases once you get to the NFL. So if you were to put yourselves in the shoes of an evaluator, how would you go about trying to gauge that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 or 3 things that I look at. Number one, I look at the school that they came from. The kids that don't have a choice at where they played. But you also have to take that into consideration, especially if you're going to bring a kicker to come play in the AFC North. I talk to Sharper about that all the time. Is, when you're playing in December or January and you're playing in Baltimore, you're playing in Pittsburgh, or you're playing in Cleveland, you have to be, number one, you have to be a clutch kicker, but number 2, you have to be able to handle those elements. And so I think that is a big factor, is where they come from. And then number 2 is how many clutch kicks have they had in their career? Can they handle that pressure situation as a rookie? And if you're an owner, GM, coach, head coach, do you want a drafted rookie kicking your game-winning Super Bowl attempt? I think that's the end question, is, are you willing to risk it on this kid from, a Southern school, or depending on where they played college, is it a fit for that specific team? So I think all those factors come into it. But there's a few. When I look at the board as far as kickers go, Andres Borregales out of Miami. I think he's one of the top ones. Ryan Fitzgerald just kind of had a really good, successful year the last 2 years. But I like Ben Sauls out of Pittsburgh. He was really solid. I think his sophomore and junior year, a decent senior year, but he did play in Pittsburgh at Heinz Field. And so he is a lefty kicker as well. Which changes a little bit of the dynamic with Jordan Stout and the long snapper. Yeah, there's a few on there I think that are draftable, but I don't think it's a draft heavy kicker class by any means.
Okay. Yeah, Stout has come. He was part of the 2022 class. Obviously, he's the placeholder, the punter for them, as you just referenced. Jamie, I would love for you to weigh in too, just given some of your experience with special teams and whatnot, and trying to figure out this whole pressure management evaluation. It's got to be difficult knowing that you're essentially in this Super Bowl or bust era, and you have been for years now. And that's just the reality of when you hit on the quarterback position. And we know they did 7 years ago last night, right? On when they traded back in to go get him in Ozzy's final draft. Of course, Lamar and the rest is history. But that does kind of place a certain level of pressure right now on the organization that I'm sure is palpable.
I think it is palpable. I mean, the last 4 years, we've been in the playoffs, AFC Championship game here, and we're trying to get to the Super Bowl. And I think if we get to a Super Bowl, the Ravens will win. But we got to get past elephant in the room, Kansas City Chiefs, and then also that sub-level of the Buffalo Bills. They're getting better. We're getting better also. But a clutch kicker is what we need. And the fact of bringing in a guy from college, I mean, number one, not just kicking field goals. Can he kick a field goal? Now he has to do the kickoffs that they have now that's similar to the XFL style kickoffs that we do here with the DC Defenders. And Matt McCraine is a talented at that, one of the best in the league and the best in the league right now for field goal and the amount of field goals he's made. But to be able to have to kick it to the left, kick it to the right with that new actual kickoff rule, and then you have to adjust yourself to be able to kick an actual regular field goal. So you're doing kickoffs that are different than college in the NFL now. And now you're doing field goals that are from a different, harder trajectory. We talk about going to AFC North with Cincinnati, Chicago. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland.
Hey, Matt, I think, again, we got over 4,800 concurrents right now. Great audience on night 2, and people are coming in and out. So just as a reminder, we got Super Bowl champion in the house, Jamie Sharper, current assistant with the DC Defenders, and Matt McCraine is a current kicker for the DC Defenders of the XFL. And Matt, you spent quite a few years in the National Football League. You're now 30. Tell me your vision. What is your vision at this point? What's life like in the XFL? And do you still hold out hope that your name will be called potentially in a pinch? And how do you prepare for that to get back to the league?
Yeah, well, a lot of hotel stays, that's for sure. Probably a third of the year I've been in hotels over the last 7 years, in and out of the NFL. But my rule has always remained true. As long as if you go back, I guess, whenever I first played in the XFL in 2020, the first iteration of the XFL, I was very reluctant to do so. I didn't want to play in the CFL. I didn't want to do other leagues. I had just had a successful stint with Pittsburgh, obviously played in, I think it was week 10 with Pittsburgh. It's at that point, do you decide, okay, do I need to go play in the CFL? How do I get film and how do I get looks? And my agent decided, or at least told me, said, hey, I recommend playing in the XFL. Had a successful stint in the first XFL before it had shut down, and ended up riding the following year with the Browns on practice squad the entire year. So for me, since 2018, when I first played in the NFL, it's been practice squad after practice squad. But my rule has always remained true, is I will continue to play in these leagues that give me an opportunity to play in the next level, as long as that phone rings. And so last season I was with Detroit on practice squad for 4 weeks. The year before that, I was with Philadelphia. I was with the Eagles, went all the way through the playoffs with Philadelphia. And in and out with the Cardinals multiple times. And so I think for me, it's just finding the right fit and timing. Because in the National Football League, there's only 32 positions. There's a few backups on practice squad, but when you get your opportunity, you have to make the most of it. And when I was with the Raiders in 2018, I had missed a couple kicks. And of course, Daniel Carlson came in and filled my role, and he's been there ever since. And so when you get that opportunity, you have to take advantage of it. And yeah, I do remain hope that I will get that call, because I have gotten that call for the last 7 years. I had workouts with Washington, 2 workouts with the Commanders last year. I had a workout with the Titans towards the end of the season. So those calls are still coming. It's just whether or not I can get in an active game is the difficulty.
I know Jamie has a few contacts here in Baltimore, and they could potentially be in need of a kicker in the coming months. Coach Sharper, where are you at on that front?
I mean, right now McCraine is the number 1 rated kicker in the UFL, about a number of kicks he's made. So if our offense isn't able to score, he'll be able to kick it through the upright. So he keeps doing that, then he'll be fine. He'll show what he can do. And the fact of the new kickoff rule that's in the NFL that came from the XFL is what makes Matt McCraine one of the top possibilities of coming into the NFL, because he can do that all day. He kicks it to the deep left or deep right for me on my kickoffs, and he makes his field goal. So he does it all. So he'll get another chance. No worries about it.
Matt, we'll be rooting for you, man, and I appreciate your perspective and some of the insights, not only on what your life is like and just how mobile you have to be, but also just some perspective on the kicking class and the pressure management evaluation that goes into that, especially when you're in this very unique era of Ravens football, the way they have been for years. The second round of the draft is in the rearview mirror, and I gotta say, this is really shaping up to be very interesting for Shedeur Sanders. He has not heard his name called yet. He did not hear
the second round's done?
We are now in the third round, gentlemen, and Shedeur Sanders has yet to hear his name called. Tyler Shuck went to New Orleans. That was the lone quarterback that came off the board in the second round. And as we watched last night, it was Cam Ward and Jackson Dart that came off. So it's gone Ward, Dart, and Shuck, with Milroe and Sanders still waiting, McCord still waiting, Ewer still waiting, so on and so forth. So that'll be something to watch. But Jamie, if we could revisit, I think there's a lot of people right now that are hung up on this Mike Green pick for different reasons. Some are hung up in a good way. They're not hung up at all. They're fired up about it because he's an edge rusher with a ridiculous amount of production, particularly what he did last year at Marshall, 17 sacks in 24, 131 career tackles. Had a boatload of tackles for loss last year. But I'm seeing a lot of pushback online because of, again, the elephant in the room, those sexual assault allegations. So can you kind of take us up to speed? We have over 5,000 concurrent viewers right now. There's a lot of back and forth. People are coming in and out. Your instant reaction of how this pick is viewed in your mind and how your experience with the Ravens gives you a unique perspective on the homework that absolutely had to be done in order for them to feel comfortable about this pick.
I think one of the main things is that the allegations, are they from 3 years ago, 2 years ago when he was with Virginia to Marshall? Like, are these new allegations? I don't even know exactly about the allegations of when they actually were from, because I know he transferred from UVA to Marshall, and then the allegations itself, I don't know what year they came from. So that's be my question, if you could research that. But
two accusations stem from sexual assault in college. It's unclear what, I don't have the which stop it was during his schooling, but two of them stem from his college, and I believe at least one other stems back to high school. So there is a little bit of a string, if you will. Yes, that they're allegations, but that's what we know.
Well, I know one thing. I'm from Virginia, and then now he's a Raven. If I need to go talk to him and help him, mentor him, make sure that he doesn't have any problems going forward, I'm willing to do that. My pastor can come talk to him and make sure he's straight. But the main thing is that from the future going forward, he's able to be a standout individual and make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. If he needs counseling or whatever, then I'm sure the Ravens will get it done for him. But I'm not going to hold anything against the man until he's actually accused and actually things come forward with the court of law. But besides that, I'm definitely going to help him out.
Sharp, you're a player like me. I mean, you were drafted to Baltimore. I mean, whenever I was coming out when I came out as an undrafted free agent, I had calls from my high school teachers and principals saying that, hey, this team called about you, and they're asking what your character was like in elementary school. I mean, so it goes all the way back to that. And I think if the front office did their research, which obviously they did to make that pick, then I think that shows, number one, that they were willing to take that risk on Mike, but that he's a heck of a player. But I don't think they would have made that pick if they wouldn't have done due diligence, period.
Well said. I appreciate both of you guys for dropping in tonight. This was awesome. I wish you both well in this season for the XFL DC Defenders. Matt, I hope that call comes in for you to reunite with where you've been in the past, which is the National Football League. And I know you're grinding. I'm sure I get the sense that you're grinding every day to achieve that again. Jamie, anything else from you on the way out? I know you said you're down in Texas, you're traveling, but I appreciate you as always for dropping by, man.
Definitely. We're playing against the Arlington Renegades Sunday. What station are we on, Matt?
Should be on ESPN.
ESPN ABC. Yep. ESPN ABC. Yep.
Heck yeah. All right. There you have it. So when was that and what was the time? What was the kickoff?
Kickoff is
12 Eastern.
Okay. Mark the calendars accordingly. You got you football junkies out there. You want football? You want actual 11 on 11 football? It's coming up. Appreciate you guys. Best of luck. Thanks for stopping by tonight.
Appreciate it.
That's Matt McCraine and former Super Bowl winning Raven Jamie Sharper. Matt McCraine, of course, played his college football at Kansas State, a place kicker. He's been with several different organizations throughout the NFL over his time. He is still just 30, and he's trying to find his way back into the NFL. And, of course, Jamie Sharper needs no introduction whatsoever. So the second round of the draft has just concluded, and it is now officially round 3. Shedeur Sanders has not heard his name called. That is, without question, one of the most fascinating, if not the most fascinating, of the entire weekend thus far, that he remains available. He is falling. Matter of fact, he is free falling right now. Here's a look at what things just shook out in the second round. Of course, depending on where you're following along, whether it's the second or the third round, the third round's already taken. I mean, the third round is on when it comes to the Twitter sphere. TV, I guess technically it's still finishing up the second. But what stands out when you take a look at the second round? And for me, there's a few things. Only one quarterback. It was Tyler Shuck to New Orleans. One of the top-ranked guards in Jonah Savania went early at 37 to Miami. Jaden Higgins, standout wide receiver, went early to Houston. They traded to go and get their guy. Carson Swessinger, Ravens had him in the building. The UCLA linebacker went first overall in the second round to Cleveland. So, yeah, to Jamie's point, there's been a lot of defense addressed throughout the AFC North so far during draft weekend. Of course, the Ravens get Mike Green. And there's a really interesting conversation to be had right now. Because at one point, as I see many of you commenting and chiming in on in the live chat, at one point, the Ravens were a zero-tolerance policy type of organization. Now, was that sort of message perceived in different ways and passed along and changed and adjusted and tweaked? Maybe. But at one point, there was a belief. There's a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to off-field types of situations that not only Justin Tucker finds himself in the middle of when it comes to allegations, but also their new rookie edge rusher, and that is Mike Green. Mike Green had a dominant 2024 at Marshall. 17 sacks, count them. 131 career tackles. Mike is an athletic freak. He's 6'3", 251, 32-inch arm, 8.5-inch hand. An overall athleticism score of 88. That ranked first among the defensive end edge class league-wide coming in 2025. He started his career at the University of Virginia. He transferred then to Marshall. He was a second-team Associated Press All-American last season. He was the Sun Belt Conference Defensive Player of the Year, first team All Sun Belt finalist. Led the FBS with 17 sacks, as I've mentioned. Ranked second with 22.5 tackles for loss. He led the team with 3 forced fumbles. Started all 13 games, had 84 tackles, 2 PBUs. Did not play, opted out of the Independence Bowl. But here is Lance Zierlein's overview thoughts on what Mike Green is expected to bring to the Baltimore Ravens at the NFL level. He's a high-energy pass rusher with productivity and a method of play that should translate to the next level. Green displays a natural and instinctive rush, utilizing loose hips and a series of moves and counters that can open doors with force or finesse. He's very physical, with notes of violence in the way he attacks blockers in both phases. His explosiveness allows him to penetrate gaps, play around or through the protection edges, and change direction quickly to finish in the backfield. He relentlessly presses forward, but can run out of gas due to his hot running motor. The teams might wish he were heavier and longer, but he's willful, skilled, and powerful with the ability to create enormous matchup concerns as an edge rusher on the next level. Solely from a talent standpoint, a fit standpoint, this fills an immediate need. There's no question. And a room that has more questions than it does answers right now, as Cleveland picks a tight end out of Bowling Green. It's Harold Fannin Jr. at 67 overall. Vegas now is on the clock. That means Shedeur Sanders gets passed on yet again. Daniel Jeremiah weighing in. Mike Green was Daniel's third-ranked pass rusher. And he wrote, if this was only about football, no chance he's there at this point in time, referring to the allegations being a key factor as to why Mike Green fell as far as he did. Again, Mike Green, multiple sexual assault allegations over the years in college. He has denied, and he has never been charged for either. That's the reality of where things are right now. But it does add and perhaps muddy the water in terms of where the Ravens are organizationally wise, because while he hasn't been charged and Justin hasn't either, they now have 2 players in-house, at least at the moment. We'll see what Justin's future is, that have either dealt or are dealing with some sticky situations outside of football, which from a PR perspective, it's a headache. It's something that you absolutely have to take into consideration, and that in some cases can be a distraction. If Justin Tucker is suiting up for the Ravens this year, you think this is just going to go away? Not a chance. I don't know how much it'll follow, if at all. Mike Green into the NFL, but it's certainly something that there will be a discourse and a dialogue surrounding in the social media sphere. More on Mike the player from a strengths standpoint. Lance Zierlein broke it down as follows. He possesses explosive power, strong core, and full tilt motor. He plays the ball with a high level of violence and physicality. He's got burst and leverage and leg drive that propels him into the backfield. He clubs and fights and slips his way off blocks to the tackle. Ankle flexion allows him to corner low and tight around the edge. He rushes with relentless forward charge and a nose for the finish line. He's got an instinctive rush that counters. And I should say he's got instinctive rush counters, and they come with instant transitions. The hands are active, purposeful, and effective in getting past protection. He's got spin, leap and chop, swim and speed to power moves in his bag. Weaknesses? Not many. But Lance Zierlein breaks it down as follows. Lacks length and mass as an edge setter. Gets knocked off course by the long poke of a tackle. Plays so hard that he occasionally runs out of gas. Dips inside and loses contain responsibilities. Hard charging style makes him vulnerable to misdirection. And again, as we've discussed several times already, the departure from Virginia in 2022 must be vetted, which is the elephant in the room in terms of the calculated gamble, perhaps the risk that the Ravens are taking image-wise by selecting Mike Green. They clearly feel comfortable with it. We'll see how it ages for them. Super chats are flying in. Diesel Doctor writes, the doctor is back in the house. Been away a while with work. Starks and Green, lights out. Green with 17.5 sacks last season. Patriots pick is in. They're taking Kyle Williams, a wide receiver out of Washington State. We'll go to the board in just a second. Ravens still a little bit until they pick in the third round. Matter of fact, it'll be late in the third round, not until the 91st overall selection. That'll be the 27th in the third round. Diesel, thank you for the $50 super chat. Super kind of you. Mindag 13 says, Jamie, tell my boy AC, a.k.a. Cuffy, what's up? Referring to Jamie Sharper, my past guest. Sarah just noting that she just got home, eating dinner in the car in the garage while tweeting. I'll finish scarfing this down and get cleaned up. I stood in the rain for 2 hours at one of her kids' games. So she's been running around. Her parents are in town, but she'll be dropping by in just a bit. Kobe Pruitt writes, Ravens win the offseason because they are the only top AFC team that can definitively say they got better with free agency and the draft. I think that's a good point. They definitely got better. They didn't do anything sexy in free agency, as we've discussed. But I think we can all agree they definitely got better. Their franchise left tackle is locked in for the next several years, for the next 3 to be exact. They went and got Cheeto for a Brandon Stevens replacement. Tylan Wallace will add to the depth. He's a reliable playmaker, good special teams guy when it comes to wide receiver and that other phase. I think Kobe makes a good point. James Green, channel member, says, Bobby, my namesake is a Raven with the 59th overall pick. Yes, you guys are both Greens. I think you have different spellings, though. You got the E on the end. Mike does not. Clinton Ganaway says, over under 55 sacks this season for the team. Maybe, just maybe. I can tell you this. Chuck Smith is fired up. You already know. He chimed in earlier. Chuck, of course, was the Ravens' non-traditional hire from a few years ago that John Harbaugh decided to make. Outside linebackers coach Chuck Smith went from sort of a specialist to an assistant role. And my, oh my, has that paid dividends. The last couple of years, they have either been top or second in terms of overall sacks. Last year, they were second. The year prior, they were first. And that was Mike McDonald's, obviously, last year before he got the Seattle job. And as we all remember, for the first time in NFL history, a defense led in the trifecta of categories: points allowed, takeaways, and sacks. Chuck Smith has been fantastic. And based on this tweet from less than an hour ago, right when the Mike Green news came down, I think he is awfully fired up about the opportunity to get his hands on Mike Green. Wildlife Wale says, I love his production, but I hope they got 100% on their homework assignment. In the words of Bob Marley, we don't need more trouble. Well said. And I think obviously that look, there's a lot going on in Baltimore right now. The cloud of the offseason has been Justin Tucker. And now when you bring in Mike Green, you better feel darn good. And I'm not saying they don't, but you better feel darn good about where you're at right now in terms of your evaluation, the homework that was done on Mike Green to bring him in. That's just the reality of it. Daryl Johnson is shocked. This came in within the hour when the Mike Green news hit the timelines. Wildlife Wale chiming in as well. Everybody's stunned that they made this decision. The Marshall edge rusher who led the FBS in sacks falls in the Ravens' lap at 59. But the asterisk of it, of course, is the sexual assault allegations that led to his downfall. He was a surefire first-round pick, first-round talent, falls to 59 in the second round to the Ravens. Truth Bearer, very different than David Ajabo a few years ago. Why? What was his downfall? The torn Achilles on his pro day at Michigan. Has not lived up to any hype. Now, he was a surefire first-round projection as well a few years ago, but it has not worked out for him. He has been unable to stay available for the Ravens defense. And they took a flyer on him, but that's an expensive flyer when you use second-round draft capital to go after a player that was coming off a significant injury. Truth Bearer says, EDC said, I'm trying to win a chip. I don't care nothing about that Me Too stuff. LOL. Raven Feather says, Farmer, defensive tackle, would be a great pick at 59. They ended up going elsewhere. Is Farmer still available? I don't know. It's really hard to multitask in terms of where the players are right now. I know Shador Sanders is certainly still available, but that's where things stand. We will go to Jason Smith's board in just a bit. Thanks to Raven Feather becoming a channel member as well. Sea King says, I'm with Q. A cornerback wouldn't be a bad thing. Make teams run on us with our no-fly zone next season. And, of course, that was prior to the Mike Green selection. Here is that no-fly zone, and at least the gentlemen, they're going to be looking to make up that no-fly zone, and that brings us back, of course, to night one when the Ravens allowed another player of value. They just sat back and waited till he fell in their lap, and that was Malachi Starks, the new rookie safety out of Georgia. Couple national championships under his belt with Kirby Smart and the Georgia Bulldogs. He comes to Baltimore. He joins a secondary that has Marlon Humphrey, Kyle Hamilton, Nate Wiggins, Cheeto Awuzie, Ardarius Washington, TJ Tampa, whoever they bring in over the course of the next couple days on top of that. So, what do you make of this group? To me, there's a lot of value in bringing Starks in. He's a captain, high pedigree guy, championship pedigree kind of guy, a cerebral player, somebody that has dealt with his fair share of adversity over the years. If you missed this earlier today at his introductory press conference, he got very vulnerable in terms of some of the challenges that he dealt with early on as a kid when it comes to homelessness.
I think the biggest thing is, as a kid, I was homeless twice. And there was a period of time where I didn't really see my parents because they were working, day shifts, night shifts, whatever the case may be. But I've never seen them not work for anything. And that I saw it, and it turned me to who I am today. Like, when things don't go my way, when I don't know what to do, like, I put my head down and work. And it's always been what I do. It's a part of who I am. It's how I go about my business, and just doing things the right way. Like I said earlier, just keeping your faith up front and staying true to yourself. I mean, I've seen that from my parents, and then I've seen it from my sister as well. So, like, all the people who set a great example for me to follow, I just got to follow their footsteps.
I don't think there's going to be any motivation lacking there. Really high IQ young man, somebody that lit up the room and really impressed the Ravens front office, including Eric DaCosta, who referred to him as one of the best interviews he's ever been in the process of or been in the company of when it comes to conducting in the pre-draft process. So very, very high praise for one Malachi Starks, who now joins this organization. Mike Green joins the organization as well. But what I think about the Malachi Starks addition, I just think of somebody that's going to bring a sense of calm. I talked about that during today's live stream in the noon lunch hour, right? What's he going to bring? A sense of calm. He's got great experience, okay? He's got good ball skills. He's not going to overwhelm you from an athleticism standpoint, but he doesn't necessarily need to. If he can free up Kyle Hamilton, right, be that center field guy, play a little bit of nickel if you need him. I really like the stability that he's projected to bring to Baltimore, because while he's not going to fix that big play maybe overnight, they got to fix it collectively. He will have his fair share of responsibility, taking away the big play that plagued them time and time again last year, particularly through those first 10, 11, 12 weeks or so. So this is a look at your future. This is a look at your present, right? The future, Wiggins, Hamilton, Starks, Tampa, you would hope. The now, add Marlin, add Cheeto into that, and you obviously add in whoever you're bringing in defensive back-wise. They're not done. They're going to certainly do that over the course of the next, the next couple of days. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock right now at 72. I obviously have gotten to a point where when you're solo, it's impossible to keep up with, one, your train of thought, and also where the picks are. So I've gotten away. I trust that you guys have a second multi-screen kind of setup going on right now. So I've gotten away from the consistent updating of picks, but it looks like Landon Jackson is an edge rusher who is coming off the board right now to the Buffalo Bills at 72nd overall. So we are inside 20 picks out to when the Ravens are selected for the second and final time tonight on day 2. It'll be 91st overall, and they'll have if they had 11 total, and they'll have 3 as my math on short sleep. There'll be 8 total picks tomorrow, including 4 in the 6th round. So it's going to be a very, very, very busy day 3 for sure. And remember, it gets started early. AFO 301 says, "Yo, Bob, Sarah's tweeting. Will she join us here?" And yes, I just got a note from her that she's tweeting from the car while eating dinner. She's soaking wet coming back from a pouring rain game for her kids. So hopefully she'll join us here in a little bit. Another pick comes off the board, and it's a corner. I would have liked this guy in Baltimore. It's Azariah Thomas from Florida State. He joins the Jets after being selected 73rd overall tonight. 73rd overall in the third overall, but it's in the 3rd round. The Jets take Florida State corner Azariah Thomas. So let's go ahead and take a look at Jason Smith's big board, shall we? I think we need an update on that. Jason Smith from Huddle It Up Films. He is the man, the go-to guy. And look at this. It is being updated on the fly. 74 right now is where we're at. Denver currently on the clock. San Francisco on deck. Ravens at 91. So we got a little bit of time here. But there's a big gap right now in terms of his high-graded corners, right? They're gone, essentially. Revel, he had a 2nd-round grade on him. He's the ECU corner that Katon Mitchell played with during his college days. He's available. Obviously, Xavier Watts is available at the safety position. Can't imagine they're going to go doubling up at that position. They already got Malachi Starks yesterday. I don't know. Don't you think that at this point, it'd be a good time to bring in some guard depth? That's what I'm thinking. If you can finish up the weekend or finish up Friday at this point, where you bring in a high-value safety, you bring in the leading sack getter in FBS in 24 and a game wrecker in Mike Green, and then you go bring in some guard depth, it's a pretty darn good first 2 days, don't you think? And then you have 8 total picks to choose from on top of that on day 3 and try and find some diamonds in the rough. Not that it's a full rough 3 days. I mean, there's been plenty of players that have come in and contributed in the 4th round, 5th round, so on and so forth. Geno Stone, for goodness sakes, was a 7th round pick several years ago. Look at him. So Azariah Thomas, Florida State corner, goes to the Jets. Denver is on the board right now. On the clock, I should say. I keep saying that. It's because my brain is mush. My partner's popped into the waiting room. I'll let you come in whenever you want. But we got a lot to discuss when Sarah pops on because wow. It's been a little bit of a firework day too, Sarah. And I got to tell you, I would love for you to give your thoughts on Mike Green while I go use the bathroom.
I bet you've been waiting for that chance for a minute since you've been solo all night. So I'm happy to oblige. Go do your thing.
Sounds good. I'll catch you in a second.
All right. Well, this I am a little bit shocked by for a few reasons. Number one, I remember last night when the Ravens were on the clock and we had a few guests in here with Jimmy Smith and Katon Mitchell. And and we're all like, okay, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? The chat was going crazy for Mike Green. That was number 26. And then day 2 started. And he's still there. He's still there. He's still there. Pass rushers are chilling, maybe because so many were taken in the first round. And then, holy moly, would you believe it? The nation's sack leader in 2024 at 17 sacks. Here we've been talking about Donovan Ezeraku and how he had 16 and a half. Well, Mike Green upped him a little bit out there for Marshall. And there he was at number 59, and the Ravens got him. And so, A, I'm surprised he fell that far to number 59. But B, I'm surprised the Ravens took him only because, listen, I don't know what is going on with the allegations, the sexual allegations to Mike Green, one in high school, one in his first year of Virginia. I know he's denied it, and I know he's never been charged. So because I have no clue, all we can do is really talk about his football acumen. I'm sure when Eric DeCosta and John Harbaugh and whoever else is at the press conference, I'm 1,000% sure that within the first one or two questions they'll be asked about the homework that they've done. I'll say this, knowing what's looming with Justin Tucker, one would think that the Ravens have done homework to feel comfortable with this pick. So we can address that once the Ravens do at their press conference soon. I don't know when that's going to be. I thought I saw an announcement that it could be coming up sooner rather than later. And so we'll get to that in just a second. When you talk about what this guy is as a football player, we have been talking about, Jimmy Smith said it last night, we need a dog at pass rusher. He says he feels like the Ravens haven't had one since Terrell Suggs, and that's in his estimation. Now, listen, we'll see if it translates from Marshall to the NFL, but we've got the exact opposite situation of what we had with Odafe Owe, which I know I and many of you have PTSD over, which is not having a ton of college production and then needing time to develop. Daniel Jeremiah said tonight on the NFL Network that Mike Green was his 3rd ranked overall pass rusher. I'm assuming Abdul Carter was above him, obviously. I don't know who else he had ahead of him. Let me see here. I once had these for Daniel Jeremiah somewhere on a piece of paper somewhere. Maybe it was I don't know if it's Michael Williams or who else he had. But this is number 3. This is his 3rd top-ranked pass rusher. His 21st player overall. Daniel Jeremiah said it just a few moments ago on NFL Network. There is no chance, zip, zero, zilch, that Mike Green would have been available to the Ravens. So if we're talking about football, we'll find out what Eric DeCosta and company say in just a minute about off the field. But when you focus on football, I think most fans would have given this an A grade in the first round. But in the second round, doesn't that go up to an A+? Like, leading the nation in sacks with 17, 131 career tackles. Bobby, he made the play of the week at the Senior Bowl. If you guys haven't seen it by now, I've put it up on my Twitter, where he just bull rushes and knocks over the tackle right in front of him in a drill. I mean, and then after he buries him in the ground, he's still got all this energy and is looking like he needs more work. But Mike, there is no more work. It's just a drill, a one-on-one drill. Oh, I cannot believe that Mike Green, the Ravens got at number 59 when people were clamoring for him at 26, Bobby. I mean, it's just insane. And so now you see the Ravens have gone defense with their first 2 picks. Which not a big surprise, right? We said it the other day. We feel like they're going to mostly go defense. And they've just hit 2 massive needs, 2 of their biggest needs on defense. We've talked about how bad the pass defense was. Well, that's a little bit with your defensive backs, and obviously that's pressure. And the Ravens finished second worst in the league, and this was after a Herculean effort to right the wrong in weeks 10 through 18. Still finished second in passing yards, given up raw totals and per game. Just terrible, terrible numbers. And so now the Ravens are like, no. We're returning to the Ravens standard. And so we're going to go out and get a Malachi Starks, who, according to Eric DaCosta, had the best combine interview he's ever had, said that as a rookie coming into the league, he's a coach. And now you've got Mike Green, who is the most productive pass rusher with 17 sacks in the nation for your defense. They've been able to get best player available. I mean, Mike Green, football wise, for sure, the best player available at number 59. Malachi Starks, according to everybody, the steal or one of the steals of the first round. So not only getting who are 2 guys that are likely the best players available, but it just so happens that they also match up with 2 of the greatest needs that the Ravens have. Football-wise, Bobby, I don't know how anybody can be complaining about these first 2 picks for the Ravens.
Definitely did not see this coming, throughout the evening as we had guests coming in and out and everybody missed you. Ingraven spent 2 hours with me, by the way, which was awesome, right? Shoulder to shoulder, which really enjoyed that. And Jamie Sharper came in, and he's currently an assistant for the XFL's DC Defenders, and he brought his kicker with him as well, Matt McCraine, who gave us some great insight into Justin Tucker and just where the current kicking class is, which you would think would be a priority coming up tomorrow. And Kadri was with us for the pick as well. All the hours leading up to the pick, and to your point, even last night, people are like, Mike Green. Yeah. And so for him to have been there at 59 and then having us to have the chance of having 2 former Ravens that know that building as well as anybody in Kadri and Jamie, to have their perspective with this unique situation, given the off the field stuff with Mike, you better believe, especially knowing the situation that's looming large over everything right now with Justin Tucker, if they were uncomfortable, they would not put themselves in a situation twofold. Right?
Right. I said the same thing when you just went to the bathroom right now. I'm totally agreed. Like, you would think that with everything that's looming with Justin Tucker, you better be extra sure on this one, right? Extra sure. Ian Rappaport, when he talked about it, I'm just tying my shoes. I just got back, by the way, from a sopping wet soccer game.
I read your text aloud because I thought you were a star.
Oh, well, and then, so anyway, I had to go run some other errands, pick up other kids at different places, and I'm trying to get dinner for parents and things like that. Bobby, I just want you to know, I wasn't trying to leave you alone. I went to Zupa's. Do you like Zupa's? I went to Zupa's, and I have not eaten today. Like, when we got off the stream, I was like, I'm going to go eat, but I haven't had a chance to. Like, finally, at like 9 o'clock, I'm like, let's go get dinner. So then, but as that is happening, the Ravens are on the clock. So I got it ordered. I put it in the car seat next to me. I drive home. I get my parents home. I get my kids home. I'm like, all right, I'll sit in the car. Let me see who this is. And I see it's Mark Green. So I start tweeting. And here I think you're getting RG3, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm going to eat dinner. Bobby's got RG3. I'll be in just a minute. And you text me that you don't. So here's my dinner. I haven't eaten it yet. Oh. This is my dinner / lunch. I did eat my soup though. I did eat my soup. I got that in, but I'm gonna get to this sandwich and salad as soon as we can. So, but I literally lobster bisque is all I've eaten today, and I just had it about 20 minutes ago when you were texting. So,
Oh yeah, I was updating people all night long. Don't you worry in
okay.
the slightest. Everybody knows what you're up to and what's
Okay.
going on tonight. As I shove down a little snack right now as well.
Oh, look, okay.
Well,
If we're eating, I don't know. Is this what we're doing right now? Is this the situation that we're in? Is we're eating it on camera?
well, let me just say this: when it's all said and done, going into day 3, we will be flirting with 10 combined live hours of coverage.
Yeah.
Okay? So if you guys aren't going to let us eat, which nobody's saying that, we're
No.
you're
People are saying we're family and I can eat on camera.
Yeah.
What if something gets stuck in my teeth or something though? Will you guys be like good friends and just say, "Hey, you got something to eat," rather than like troll me? I don't know.
Oh, they'll definitely let us know.
Okay.
If they're going to let me know about my forehead, they'll let you know about your teeth.
Oh, geez.
So here's the thing, though: 10
I
combined.
can. I'll mute myself.
Oh yeah. So
Tila's requesting that I close my mouth while I eat. Absolutely, Tila. I'm not a sloppy eater. I'm nice and clean.
Katon Mitchell's former teammate that he was touting all of last night is off the board to Dallas at 77.
Aha.
And the Cowboys are stacking. All of a sudden, the Cowboys are putting together a nice little draft here. They went and got Tyler Booker yesterday. And in the second round tonight, they've already been busy. Well, really only one pick for them. But earlier, they went with Donovan Ezaraku. So they went and got protection for Dak Prescott in Tyler Booker.
Mm-hmm.
They went and got an edge presence to add to what they already have in Micah with Donovan Ezaraku, who is a productive player out of Boston College. And now they go with, again, the ECU standout corner in Siobhan Revelle Jr., who Katon told us all about last night.
I actually, when I saw the Cowboys on Twitter grab Donovan Ezaraku, and I did like Tyler Booker. Don't get me wrong, I'm liking the Ravens draft, but those are two guys that I also like that the Cowboys got, and now they've got Keaton's guy. So I don't think the Cowboys are having a bad draft over there. And by the way, whenever you look at draft studies and who's the best, we showed some of that information. I'm losing complete. I don't even know what day it was. Maybe it was yesterday. But the Cowboys are always up there. So I like their draft so far.
Yeah, they're having a really good draft. It's Schottenheimer's, of course, first year as head coach. He was promoted, which was pretty surprising. Here comes Katon, not to our waiting room. He does have the link. He might be joining us, but Katon just tweeted out he's all fired up for his former teammate. He took to Twitter just seconds ago saying, "Yeah, boy." So there you have it. This is a look at the second round at a glance. Of course, Mike Green there is the big one for Baltimore's perspective at 59, the edge rusher out of Marshall that fell hard to the Ravens at 59. Let's get to a couple super chats while we're at it. Raven Feathers noting that, yes, Farmer is still available. We'll go to Jason Smith's board in just a bit. I've been using that as a crutch all night, Sarah, and he is so diligent with the way that he's updating it on the fly in real time. He'd say, Raven Feather says he'd be a great pickup in the third. I certainly concur. If they can walk into the weekend with safety addressed, with a premier pass rusher addressed, and guard depth, you talk about a win with 8 more picks to take chances on tomorrow. I mean, that's about as ideal as it gets. That is an A-level grade category going into the weekend.
I mean, the first 2 picks, yeah, you already feel that way. You already feel that way. You got the best safety in the draft, and in the second round, you got what, according to Daniel Jeremiah, is the 3rd best edge rusher. Those guys don't fall to 59. Those guys aren't around. So, by the way, do we know when ADC is going to go live?
No.
Has anybody? Because I thought I saw something come through on notifications on YouTube. I thought that they had set it up, but I'm not.
I'll take a look.
Right
Keep
now,
going.
So. No, it's good. So let me give some people were asking for a bit of a food review. So I haven't eaten anything yet, but I got lobster bisque, and that was you guys had. There's Zupas in Baltimore, right?
No
sandwich. No,
not that I know.
Zupas.
I'm not the guy to ask though. You know me. I stick to my routine.
You guys tell me, is there a Zupas in Baltimore? Anyway, it's a great soup and salad and sandwich spot. Anyway, what I got was a turkey bacon avocado sandwich, which is a little cold now. I got it all melted. It's a little cold now, but it should be good. Then I got a nuts about berry salad, which is so good. It's got raspberries, blackberries, strawberries, got obviously some nuts sprinkled in there with a great salad dressing. And then the signature for Zupas is they always give this little roll with butter. And then for dessert, they always give a chocolate covered strawberry. So
Chocolate
people were
covered
asking.
Strawberry.
People were asking. So I've
Well-
had this many times before. It's such a good meal. It's so good.
You continue to open up my mind to different establishments there, including where we went to lunch, which the name escapes me, but it was very good.
Brassica.
It was
Woo,
very
that
good.
was good.
Well, you enjoy. Minx to Cootie.
Okay.
Minx to Cutie just became a new channel member of ours. So great to have you,
Yay.
Minx. Thank you so
Like
much
we haven't seen Minx in a minute.
for the support. I know. Lottie says passion plus facts equals Sarah. She's been touting you all night. I think I think Lottie is a female name. I hope I'm not wrong on that, but Lottie has been giving you major love all night. And she said that she only became a channel member. And I think she wanted me to know this.
Yeah.
Only became a channel member for you. So I said, thank you.
She wanted you to
because
know that.
Well, and I said, Lottie, thank you so much because that helps both of us out. But I'm glad that Sarah drew you in because, hey, takes two. Takes
I'm
two.
sure there's a bunch of people that are here just for you, right? Like I'm sure that there are. Oh my gosh, I just spilled that. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are coming in exclusively for one or the other, and then there's a handful that like us both. You know,
The beauty of
I
it,
like us both.
Sarah, the beauty of it, it helps out both of us regardless.
There we go. There we go. There we
A
go.
wide receiver has just come off the board. Houston, 79 overall, is selecting Jalen Knoll from Iowa State, a third-round wide receiver, which has Indianapolis on the clock. And all of a sudden, the Ravens are 11 picks away.
Oh, good. Now we're cruising. We're cruising. No, but Bobby, to your point a minute ago, I couldn't agree more. To kind of finish the thought of Ravens absolutely getting an A with the first two rounds. We'll see what happens in this third round. But to your point, Eric DeCosta has said this many times. He said he feels like the draft can sometimes be a little bit more, of an art than a science. Then he also says, especially in these later rounds, just like the more picks you have, it's like a lottery ticket, right? The more lottery tickets that you have, the better chance you have of hitting in these late rounds. And so that's exactly it. Like, do what you got to do in the first and second round. And the second round, by the way, in the past has not been great, maybe even a little bit atrocious. We've been on a bad roll in the second round. Let's see if Mike Green can break that or if he'll continue it. But on paper today, football-wise, it's an A. And you finish up this day with a day 3 pick, and then all of a sudden, all you have is a bunch of lottery tickets tomorrow. You've got 1 4th and 1 5th, and then 4 6-rounders. And one of those 6-rounders you hope will hit, and then you got that 7th rounder. And it's like, hey, everybody else has 1 6-rounder. The chances of them, nailing 1 6-rounder, not great. But then you quadruple your chances because you have 4. And that's really what he's trying to do. I want more bites at the apple to see if I can hit on one of these because the chances at this point are very low. So just give me as many chances as possible.
It's clean living when you don't have to go into tomorrow needing, right? The necessity of having to hit with some shots in the dark. You don't need that. It's gravy if you do. Great to get an email back from the Georgia athletic department about my inquiry that I told you about, attempting to track down Coach Kirby Smart, who, of course, brought in and recruited Malachi Starks and brought him to just great success in the collegiate ranks, multi-time national championship winner. And wow, you already know the culture that he's cultivated down there in Athens, Georgia. Nothing's confirmed yet, but we are in talks as of an hour ago. I'm just seeing right now in my inbox with the folks that control Coach Kirby Smart's schedule. So that would be some great perspective if we can find our way into that.
Now, Bobby, can you give me a little bit of an update of what I missed in terms of guests? Like you had on Ing, as you said. Who else did you have on?
I think it was great to get, Jamie Sharper's perspective. He's now back as an assistant with the DC Defenders of the XFL. He brought on his current kicker, who's worked with a number of different NFL teams, including Arizona, Philadelphia, several others. Matt McCraine is his name. He's one of the top-rated XFL kickers right now. He's trying to bust his butt, attempting to get back into the league. But I thought he gave some good perspective on some of the kickers that you and I have discussed. The Andy Borregales, Fitzgerald's, a few others that we've at least had, preliminary conversations about. And I think this is probably more pressing going into day 3 than it is day 2. Can't imagine they're going to spend 3rd round draft capital on a kicker coming up in about 10 picks from now, under 10 picks from right now. Tennessee is on the clock. Then Pittsburgh will be interesting to see. It's been a while since the Steelers pick, so we'll see what they do at 83. And you want to know why it's been a while? They didn't have a second, because they used that to go get DK Metcalf. So we'll pay attention here in about a minute or so in terms of what the Steelers do at 83. But Q and Jamie were with me, Sarah, when Mike Green was selected. And I just think they echoed a lot of what we've already discussed here in these last few minutes. There really isn't, a ton that we haven't hit. I was able to get Jamie's thoughts as a former outside linebacker on some of the tangibles, on some of the traits. The guy's a freak. He's an absolute freak. He's 6'3", 251, 32-inch arm, 8.5-inch hand. Does that stuff jump off the page? Maybe not, but his 88 overall athleticism score does, which ranked first among defensive end and edges in this class. So, he repped 28 of 225 on the bench. No other performance results were given. 40, 10-yard vertical broad. So I guess that was strategic. But this was a player that, by all accounts, lit it up in his final year at Marshall. Second team AP All-American, Sun Belt Conference Defensive Player of the Year, first team All Sun Belt, 17 sacks, as we've already discussed, 22.5 tackles for loss. By the way, there's just a slew of Georgia players being drafted. I'm just looking at the ESPN graphic they have up there. Malachi, Jalen Walker, Michael Williams, Tate Ratledge, Dylan Fairchild, just to name a few. And Ohio State, by the way, too. Columbus Buckeyes are flying off the charts here these first couple days. But it's been an awesome show. And Ingraven, by the way, was with me for all of that. He stayed for the 59th pick, which meant he was here for 2 hours.
Wow.
That was super kind of him.
He could be doing that on his own channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so. I was actually going to say that. I probably, just because of everything that was going on so quickly, I probably didn't give him his due, because he left right after the pick, because he had been here for 2 hours and he's flying out in the morning and he's got to get back to Linthicum where he's staying. So why don't I just do this for a second? I'm sure our entire audience already is well aware. The guy doesn't need any introduction, but if you could, because he joined us just out of the generosity of his own heart, go subscribe to Ingraven's channel. Join it maybe if you're interested. Ingraven Vids, OG in the space. Was awesome to hang with him and meet him in person for the first time tonight. And I think, judging by our super chats tonight and the overall reaction, I think people appreciated it.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. That's awesome. I'm really, really grateful for him. I'll have to give him a shout out too. Let's have a little conversation about expectations, early expectations for Mike Green, and how he'll fit in year 1 with the Ravens. So, the good news is for him, or bad news if he wants to just be a starter right away. But the good news is the Ravens don't have to rush him with anything, right? They can acclimate him from, like, the competition level is going to be a little different from Marshall to the NFL. It's going to be a little different. So they can kind of acclimate him. Did you see that tweet from your guy, Chuck, Ravens outside linebacker coach?
Yep, Chuck Smith. He's been weighing in twice so far. One with just a bunch of fire emojis, and then he actually just formally congratulated Mike Green, tagging him and welcoming him to the flock. And Sarah, I feel like I don't want to like lose your train of thought here, but there is a Steelers conversation to be had right now. If you want to,
yeah, let's do it. We can come back to this. Wait, are they on the clock?
they are, and the pick is in, and it's just a part of a bigger conversation that continues to be so interesting. That Shedeur Sanders continues to be passed on, and we are getting towards the back half of this third round.
Catch me up on the quarterbacks. Last I looked,
there's only been 3 taken thus far. Cam Ward and Jackson Dart were yesterday.
Yep.
And today is just Tyler Shuck. That is it.
Wow.
Tyler Shuck out of Louisville went in the second round to New Orleans. So why I'm bringing this up is that Pittsburgh is trying to find its Najee Harris replacement at running back. And it looks like they're going to try to do that in part with Caleb Johnson. 83rd overall. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa goes to Pittsburgh. They've also got Jalen Warren in that room as well. And you know they want to run the football in the AFC North. As for Shedeur, they have now passed on Shedeur twice. Once in the first round and now here in the third. What about Vegas? You would think that they're in the market for a successor of Geno Smith. Maybe somebody that can learn behind him. We know Shedeur has a good relationship, you would think, on paper at least, with Tom Brady. Tom is now a minority owner within ownership and the front office of the Vegas Raiders, and apparently very much involved in their quarterback search. Well, guess what? Vegas has passed on him 3 times, Sarah. He is free falling right now. As is Jalen Milroe, but I don't know if that's a surprise as much of it is for Shedeur.
I feel bad for him. Although I'm sure, I mean, he's a big boy, right? He can handle it. He's taken on adversity before. He could do it again. He seems to be, he coins himself as legendary. He'll be fine, but I still feel bad for him. And whether it's football or reportedly just people didn't love him in interviews or whatnot, it is just a massive, massive fall. We felt like, Lamar Jackson was a big fall, and it was 2-time MVP. Should be 3-time. I'll never let that go. But it's insane to me because what the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns, by the way, are basically saying is for the Steelers, yeah, we're cool with Mason Rudolph and an unsigned Aaron Rodgers over Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe, who's still out there. And the Browns, meanwhile, are saying, yeah, we're cool with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco over these guys.
Or what about we feel like we feel like we have priorities that we have a list in terms of the order of said priorities, and we'll get there, but they're not pressing right now. The quarterback position is not pressing right now.
No, because quarterback is always your number one priority. Always.
Sure.
You never prioritize another position. So it can't be like, or we have other priorities. It's we have guys ranked way above you.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's well, I'm just saying, position wise, like you go for the quarterback if you think they're good. So it's not that they have priorities over a quarterback. It's just we have guys ranked way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. Like they're saying we don't believe. They both said in the second round, we don't believe in either one of you for a second rounder, which is crazy.
And they're about to say that about the third, and Pittsburgh already has because they just went and got a running back.
Because that's right, because they're already in the third round.
So 6
for
picks
the
away.
Pittsburgh Steelers, Shedeur Sanders is not Shedeur Sanders is not worth a third round pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have been in quarterback purgatory since Ben Roethlisberger retired.
And this now brings me back to a conversation. We got to make it quick because these picks are starting to fly in. Kansas City, the pick is in at 85. They're going to go with Noel Williams out of Cal at corner. So that has the Chargers now on deck. Green Bay in the hole. So that's what's happening right now. But Ing and I had a nice little conversation earlier how I feel like the media has played a part in some of this perception of what Shedeur was supposed to be. What do I mean by that? When you start to consume a lot of these analysts, a lot of these evaluators, a lot of these draft experts, Sarah, I don't know if I found anybody in recent days that has viewed him as a surefire talent that was supposed to go in the first round. It was more of, where are the quarterback needy teams that are in the first round? And within that, because of the name, because of the personality, because of some of these teams that need either successors or quarterbacks right now, I think he may have been unfairly placed with expectations that he was a day one guy. And as a result, you're seeing what's actually reality and what a lot of these evaluators think they have in him or lack thereof.
Right. And yet at the same time, the NFL invited him to Green Bay, which is usually for players believed to go in the first round or at least close to it. And here we are in the third round and he's getting passed over by quarterback needy teams again.
It's absolutely fascinating.
So, I mean, listen, maybe nobody said he's a surefire first rounder, but I remember watching ESPN earlier this week and Joe Fortenbaugh, is it Baugh? Fortenbaugh? Who does the ESPN bet stuff? I got it right. Thank you. And he said that the markets were saying that he was going to fall to the second round. And everybody on set was like, whoa, that's crazy. So while they may not have been saying, yeah, surefire first round, they were shocked to hear the market saying he'd fall to the second round. And I'm sure they would. Listen, if on Monday morning this week, people were like, the Steelers are going to pass on every quarterback up through they're going to finish day 3 without a quarterback. And oh, by the way, Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe are still available. People would have been shocked on Monday and they wouldn't have believed it.
I think Pittsburgh is completely handcuffed right now because Aaron Rodgers is controlling every single aspect of their organization right now. I really do believe that. I think they are handcuffed, Sarah. I think they need him. They desperately need him next year. And I think Aaron is absolutely behind the scenes controlling things when it comes to what their future is at quarterback. Sarah, Art Rooney almost said that without saying it in a recent media availability that we
How did he say it without saying it?
We're getting signs that we're getting closer, that Aaron is getting closer. I'm telling you right now, Aaron is not signing up for a situation to be in a quarterback room with Shedeur Sanders and the sideshow that comes with that. It's just not happening.
Jalen Milroe was still there.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have to be Shedeur Sanders. I don't understand how you're taking the leap from. Okay, tell me again what he said that makes you go from what he said to Aaron Rodgers is making every decision behind the scenes.
Okay, slightly hyperbolic, but the analogy, but it still stands in the sense that I think
that's slightly hyperbolic to say somebody who hasn't signed with you yet is controlling your every move behind the scenes. That's not slightly a hyperbolic. That's like a whole other stratosphere.
Okay, you can't don't take it so literally though, right? It's they need him. They are not trotting out Mason Rudolph, and I think a very reasonable scenario that could take place. You bring in Jalen Milroe. Aaron is your bridge. He gets to learn from behind him. You attempt to bring in or cultivate the next Lamar Jackson. Good luck. It's super hard. Obviously, nobody's really been able to do it since. Jaden Daniels is going to have a shot. Kyler Murray hasn't really had a lot of success in Arizona. They're different players too, different body types and whatnot. But I really do believe that Aaron still has a certain level of influence, and he would just never. I can't see him signing up for that type of situation. And if you're Pittsburgh, You get Aaron on a bridge year court. He's 40 years old. And you're only going to play him, another season or two? You bring Jalen in to learn from him, much like he had a chance to with Brett Favre, even though there was some friction there to begin, as we learned in the documentaries and whatnot. I think that'd be reasonable.
I think you're giving Aaron Rodgers way too much credit right now.
Well, I'm not saying that. But again, I think we both agreed when the interview took place.
You backed off of it for sure. You backed off of it. We are communicators, so I don't think we should be so hyperbolic that it gives a different impression entirely. But because that's what we do in a profession. Like, here's the thing: Aaron Rodgers is not committed to them. I've been watching the NFL and covering the NFL since 2005. We're almost 20 years in. Come July, and it's a cold business, and teams are cold to players that are signed, let alone players who are not committed to you. As much as the Steelers have been, being patient with Aaron, it's more, to me, it's more that they just haven't had any good options. Although they could have gotten in on Matthew Stafford when he was like semi-available earlier in the offseason. But like Russell Wilson isn't going to do anything for you. Nothing that will really make you compete. Either will Justin Fields. Who else was out there? Other than those two that they actually had Kirk Cousins is stuck in Atlanta.
Daniel Jones, that wouldn't have worked.
That's not going to do anything for him. So the real thing that's going on with Pittsburgh to me is just that this has not been a good free agency quarterback group that could really do anything. If Matthew Stafford was really available, then maybe. And then you get to the draft and you really don't, this is not a great draft year for quarterbacks. Next year, a lot more guys, so right now, a year away, is purported to be a better draft class. And I think
but they're not going to be eligible for them though. They're with the way that they're constantly above 500, they're not going to be eligible for that class.
I understand, but like I think Truth Bearer has it right more than anything. Instead of like, to me, this isn't an Aaron Rodgers thing. To me, I'm with him. Steelers have PTSD from Kenny Pickett. It's like, we're not just going to take a quarterback just to take him, even though wasn't Kenny Pickett second rounder? And
I think he was first.
Was he a first rounder? Was he a first rounder?
Yeah.
You might be right.
I don't know, Sarah. I'm not seeing eye to eye on this one with you. I think
I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding what you really think Aaron Rodgers is doing. Like, give me your non-hyperbolic so I can understand where your real position is, because how am I supposed to know? Like, I don't know what do you really think about what Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are doing, since you're saying that was hyperbolic? Like, what is your point?
That they've been holding out for him and waiting on his timeline, and that Aaron's coming off a 2-year debacle, which is literally the word that he used on the McAfee show the other day, stint in New York. And he's trying to make sure that on his final, if he's really going to come back, which you and I certainly were, one thing we did agree on is that he did not seem like a guy that's very present at this moment when it comes to football. Now, do you need to be in April? Well, if you're playing next year, you probably should be, but you still have some time to do so and get yourself in the right mental frame if that's something that you want, which again, we have questions after the McAfee interview if that's what he wants or how significant retirement is. But to me, if you are going to ramp up and you do feel like you have more left to give, and I think there were signs of that last year, not a lot, but there were signs of that. A lot of dysfunction in New York, head coaching changes, general manager firings, everything that took place there. I think you're just going to be very calculated and very, very nuanced with how you make this decision. And I think ultimately he has all the power right now. Pittsburgh needs him. I'll continue to believe.
Okay, so I agree that the Steelers have been waiting on Aaron Rodgers, and after the draft, perhaps they will still be waiting on Aaron Rodgers. I agree with that. Do I think that Aaron Rodgers is impacting who they draft today? No, I do not. That's where I think we diverge. Like, he's not committed to you. He could retire, and even if he does come back, you're 1 year, 2 years at most. But this year isn't even promised. So how you can even be thinking 2 years down the line, I don't get. I do not believe the Pittsburgh Steelers are passing on quarterbacks to appease Aaron Rodgers, who has not committed to them whatsoever.
I think it could be both. In my mind, it's Aaron has a level of influence, and there may be a verbal commitment based on conversations that have happened behind closed doors. And then on top of that, the second twofold thing is, oh, wait a second, we're not even in love with the quarterback class as it is. We're coming up on the picks. We're coming up on the pick here. But
if the Steelers are going about the draft that way, boy, have they fallen from glory. The Ravens had Joe Flacco, who was much closer to his prime years, and they drafted Lamar Jackson. Good GMs will not be yanked around by Aaron Rodgers, who hasn't committed to them.
But I think that's kind of what I
Green
think
Bay Packers got love when they still had Aaron Rodgers. If the Steelers are allowing him to control them like that, boy, have they fallen. Boy, have they fallen.
Sarah, I think that that's a great way of summarizing this from where I'm coming from. They're in an era of just complete disarray at the quarterback position, and they are totally in no man's land. That's the reality. They have missed since Ben retired, missed. And now they find themselves in a super vulnerable position where they're not in love with any quarterback, seemingly, apparently, throughout the first couple of days of the draft. And they have a 40-plus-year-old quarterback who apparently is up in limbo in terms of whether or not he wants to play. The Ravens are 2 picks out at 91. Good conversation. Appreciate you guys for being with us. Over 6,400 on night 2. That fires me up. Please like the video if you could. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Hit that notification bell. You can connect with us on social media. Sarah's Twitter is at SG Ellison. I'm Bobby Baltimore on both Instagram and Twitter. There's other things that I need to update you on, but my brain is mush. We're 2 weeks out, 2 picks out. The Jaguars are on the clock right now. They're taking a guard out of West Virginia, Wyatt Milam. The Rams are on deck, and Baltimore is in the hole. This will be the second of 2 picks today, with 8 more coming up tomorrow. And what an awesome day 2 it's been. I will be solo tomorrow. We're going to try and track down some more guests. Oh, you know what? We're probably not updated on Super Chats yet. Rafike says, and you go ahead and eat. I'll rip through these. Okay. Aaron Rodgers is controlling the Steelers' future, Rafike says, because the Steelers are letting him do so. They've let themselves be captive to events. Clinton says,
no
Steelers,
way they're passing on quarterbacks just so they might be able to get Aaron Rodgers. There's no way.
I think it's a combination of.
If they actually believe, now if they don't believe in these quarterbacks, that's one thing. But if they're passing and they say, we believe in this quarterback, but we're afraid to lose Aaron Rodgers, and we believe in him, so we're not going to draft him, nah, that's crazy.
I think there's a combination of things going on, including the fact that they are not in love with this class. We are literally getting to the end of day 3, and you might have Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders still on the board entering the weekend. Not a surprise that the likes of Ewers and McCord and others will definitely be on the board, but the fact that Shedeur and Jalen both available going into day 3, really intriguing. Clinton says the Steelers will have a losing season with Rodgers at quarterback. They have 2 deep threats while Rodgers' arm is slowly going down. It's no worries. Benton says Aaron is black and yellow this season. LOL. Park Heights Prophet, who's been dumping in sizable super chats for days now, says Park Heights Prophet's checking in. Mike Green, I am booking my flight to Santa Clara tonight. Do it, Park Heights. Do it. Joe Jenkins writes, how many quarterback needy teams? No pick yet. How many quarterback needy teams regretting they didn't take Lamar now? Probably many, but thank God they didn't. Let's go Ravens. 7 years ago, the Ravens hopped back in Ozzy's final draft, one final hoorah, even though he's still very much involved with the organization. And how's that aging for him? Pretty darn good.
So Ravens are on the clock?
The Ravens, depending on what TV program you're using on X, they definitely are. Joshua Farmer, the defensive tackle, is still available, and I think it's time to go to the board. Josina says the Rams are not taking Shedeur Sanders at 90. So he is probably going to slip to day 3 at this point. But let's go to Jason Smith's board. He's been updating this thing diligently. He is the host of the Huddle It Up Films YouTube channel and
He's so good.
Friend of ours who's always so kind with his time. But there you have it. Not a lot of corners left on this board whatsoever, at least that are projected second round grades. Matter of fact, there aren't any second round grade projections. He's always, he's got one day 2 pick projection and which is day 3 value. So, and that would be Riley right here under corner. Guards, got some more to choose from. Guards and centers when it comes to linemen and bringing in depth there. And then, of course, obviously you got 8 total picks coming up tomorrow.
Look at Watts over there, Notre Dame safety that we kind of liked. He's still sitting there.
Yep.
Not that the Ravens need him. I'm just, noting that he's there. So Farmer was Jason's positional favorite, huh? That's what the stars mean.
Looks like it.
Well, I can only guess what he's hoping for right now.
Right?
Given that he's the highest ranked on his. Can you go to the big board tab?
Let's go to the big board.
Yeah. I mean, look at how far you have to scroll to get the next person after Farmer. Can you scroll down? It's all empty.
Yep.
You got to go to 64.
Oh, there he is. Watt's still hanging around. Embo.
Well, I guess we're about to find out if Farmer's ranked that high on the Ravens board too, because we all know they could use defensive linemen.
Yes, we will. Shortly, second of 2 coming up on day 2. See what the Rams end up doing first and foremost, though, at 90 overall. Of course, they brought in Devontae Adams on that 2-year deal.
Oh, no, I thought he was announcing it. He was called it a possibility. Never mind.
The Rams pick is in. Charles Grant, by the way, who they had in for a visit, the William and Mary tackle/guard is out there. Marcus Embo, of course, from Purdue. An edge rusher coming off from Michigan for the Rams. Josiah Stewart goes 90 overall to LA. But yeah, Charles Grant, Marcus Embo, Miles Frazier, the LSU guard. A few others are available as well, especially if you include defense, like we've already mentioned. Farmer and Jonas is talking about the Nebraska defensive lineman, Ty Robinson. So we'll see. They're officially on the clock.
They're officially on the clock.
Chat, who are you taking?
And who are you following? Is it Schultz?
Just whatever comes in first on the timeline. I got them all in their own little timeline here. Schultz has been an absolute beast. Truth Bearer says that what if they even think that Mason Rudolph is better than Shedeur and Milroe, meaning Pittsburgh?
Yeah. Oh, here's another thought on that, by the way. If the thought is that Aaron Rodgers is controlling the Steelers, and the Steelers actually believe in quarterbacks that they're not taking for Aaron Rodgers, is that what's happening in Cleveland too? Is Joe Flacco doing that to Cleveland?
Cleveland's a different animal.
Well, wouldn't you just think that maybe since the entire NFL is passing on him, that it might not be Aaron Rodgers because other teams are doing the same, passing on him?
I think that's a component of it. Like I said, I think there's 2 components to it. That and the fact that Aaron absolutely is a necessity for Pittsburgh right now. I feel that strongly about it. He is a necessity for the Steelers right now.
Well, I don't think he's going to really change where they're headed. So,
all right, here's the picks.
Okay, here we go.
Here's the pick from Baton Rouge to
there we go.
It's offensive tackle Emory Jones Jr., who goes to the Ravens, 91st overall in the 3rd round. That is the LSU offensive tackle, Emory Jones Jr. So, Sarah, they go safety, they go edge rusher, and they go tackle to bring in some depth for the future years.
Well, let's see if we can find his profile since on NFL.com here. I'll see if I can share it here and see if we can get a little bit of a write-up. LSU got another SEC guy, one from Georgia with Malachi Starks. And now,
6'5", 315, 34 1/4 inch arm, 10 3/4 inch hand, athleticism score of 83, which ranked 8th among this year's guard class. He's a second-team All-SEC guy back-to-back years at LSU, 23 and 24. He was an All-American his freshman season back in 22.
By the way, here where they say give you a prospect grade, and right here it says will eventually be an average starter.
Okay.
How awkward was it that yesterday we were reading Charlie Kolar's draft profile back to him, and I read will eventually be an average starter, and he was so nice about it. He's like, "Yeah, good goals to be an average starter someday."
Love him.
Yeah,
Love
he
him.
he was so great on that.
Yep. And by the way, Sarah, the fourth
Yeah.
quarterback has been taken off the board. Jalen Milroe is going to Seattle to join Mike McDonald's group.
There you go.
Unbelievable. Jalen Milroe beats out, and Nick Saban's loving it on live TV right now on set.
I bet he is.
Jalen Milroe beats out Shador Sanders in terms of who hears his name first. He becomes the fourth quarterback. It's gone Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck, and now Jalen Milroe. But back to the Ravens tackle. Again, it is Emory Jones Jr. You have his draft profile up right now. Primarily a right tackle for LSU over his 3 years in Baton Rouge.
Here's Lance Zierlein's right up on him. 3-year starting right tackle with broad shoulders and long arms. Jones gets to lateral landmarks on reach blocks, is fluid getting into space, and can erase rushers looking to flatten and corner at the edge. His consistency as a run blocker is impacted by a lack of hand readiness and balance issues that see him on the ground too often. In pass production, he struggles to gain ground quickly enough, causing him to open and race to the edge. Skilled rushers are sure to attack his pass-setting inconsistencies with success unless coaching can correct the issue. The traits and talent should make him a starter, but there might be issues that flare in the pro game, necessitating a move to guard. So, certainly somebody with the measurables that you just talked about there, which was 6'5", 34 and 1/4 inch arms. That's, certainly tackle length, 315 pounds. So as Lance says here, the traits, the measurables are there, but coaching is going to have to either coach him up and fix some of these inconsistencies or move him to guard. But certainly the Ravens needed tackle depth and, could use a guard. Or at least we all think so, but maybe the Ravens are fine with Fa'alele and Andrew Voorhees. So at the very least, you got a guy that can be a backup tackle and maybe could flirt with the guard position.
Yep. I'd say overall it was a resounding success the last couple days. Yes, we'll learn more about what their findings were with their homework when it comes to Mike Green and the off-field issues, but I don't think anything can be argued in terms of what he's going to bring on field for the Ravens, having led the FBS in sacks a year ago, well over 20 tackles for loss. And obviously when you couple that with Malachi Starks and how he fell into their lap at 27 at the safety position and what that might do for Kyle Hamilton moving forward, and hopefully the sense of calm that he'll bring to a defense that was susceptible to the big play through the first half of last year. This is a pretty darn good situation for the Ravens to be in. Now they get to take some chances coming up tomorrow, which they'll have 8 different chances to do so. But to go back to the 4th overall quarterback from a moment ago that will not be joining the AFC North.
No, he will not.
Jalen Milroe goes to Seattle. He's going to join the Seahawks. He gets to sit behind Sam Darnold, at least for the foreseeable future, and learn under Mike McDonald, the Wonder Boy, who's going to be getting ready for his second full season as the head coach of the Seahawks.
Does Cleveland have another pick in this round? Do they have another pick before we close up day 2?
Cleveland does not, and no AFC North team does the rest of the way. Excuse me. Cleveland's on the clock right now.
Ha!
Cleveland's on the clock right now. So does Shador go now?
Does Shador go now?
All along, it made a lot of sense for one of these two to somehow end up in the AFC North. But which teams are going to...
Right. You just wonder, since Milrow's gone now, do you go ahead and take Shador? Wouldn't it have been crazy? What's crazy to me is Cleveland could have had Hunter and Shador.
Yeah.
Like, they could get Shador at the end of round 3 here, and they could have had Hunter, number 2 overall, but moved back. And by the way, out here in Columbus, here in Ohio, people are just like, Browns are just being Browns again. You had Hunter right there. Like, what are you doing? They're not happy out here.
I'm sure. He goes to Jacksonville instead, and he's all fired up. He's got a big personality. We'll see how many packages he gets on both sides of the ball. Randy Hendrickson showing us some love via super sticker with a 5 spot. Appreciate you, Randy, out in Iowa. Sherry, Sarah, showing some love here as well.
I just took a bite. Do you mind reading that one?
All right, I wasn't looking. TB12 picked when. He's just sweating Shador, talking about the Raiders and Tom's involvement as a part owner of the Vegas Raiders. And that gets us fully caught up to speed on Super Chats, or did it? Kobe Pruitt says, this pick feels like a Mekhi Becton move. Right tackle to guard. Maybe, just maybe, they have the vision of moving Emery over at some point, bringing in depth, bringing in some competition, a guy that they can develop. He's got a lot of starts under his belt at right tackle in SEC ball. He was a projected round 3 type of player by Lance Zierlein, Sarah, as you mentioned earlier on, and Lance was spot on with that one.
Well, it's interesting because Ravens always preach best player available, which they by and large always do. But here we are now through 3 rounds, and they have hit all their biggest needs. Defensive back, edge rusher, and offensive line depth. But one reason why they may have been able to do that this time around is, as we've said, they're running it back this season. By and large, the leaders of this team are all back, both on offense and defense. There's more holes on the defensive side, but the leaders from both sides are all back. And so the Ravens are kind of in a position just to do whatever they want, and now they've just hit all their biggest, I would say their top 3. Is there a need that was bigger than these 3? Maybe corner, unless you feel really good about Cheeto Awuzie, but they have 3 starting corners.
Yeah,
as long as Cheeto's healthy.
Maybe beefing up the interior part of the defensive line a little bit more depth-wise. But yeah, it's hard to, knowing how corner can get so slim pickings quickly in a matter of days, weeks sometimes. When you're in the middle of a grueling season, it's hard not to put that first. But.
Yeah. People bringing up kicker as a need, which is likely to be true. I don't imagine Justin Tucker is going to be on the team come September of 2025. But kicker, obviously, you can address. Most times, kickers aren't even drafted at all. But I still think they're going to use one of those 6-rounders on a kicker.
Yeah. Cleveland using, that would make a lot of sense. Cleveland using, it looks to be all of its allotted time for this 94th overall pick. The press conference has been scheduled post day 2, but it's still 30 plus minutes out. It says it's scheduled for 11:30, which is probably the completion of the 3rd round.
Are you talking about just from the
Ravens YouTube
channel?
YouTube?
Yeah. Sometimes they'll go earlier though.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see if Cleveland decides to use this 94th selection on Shedeur. Be back-to-back quarterbacks taken. If you're just tuning in, you can see that Jalen Milroe has been selected 92nd overall to Seattle. So Mike McDonald has his backup quarterback taken care of. Sam Darnold will be his starter. And it will not be, wow, this is absolutely a free fall for the ages. A quarterback's being taken at 94th, Sarah, but it's not Shedeur Sanders.
Who is it?
Oregon's Dylan Gabriel goes 94th overall to the Cleveland Browns. And it sure looks like Shedeur is going to have to wait until day 3. Unbelievable.
Bobby, listen, hear me out. Shedeur Sanders, round 4. It's the Baltimore Ravens.
The league
backing up Lamar Jackson. I mean, if he's just going to keep falling,
the league is telling you how it feels about Shedeur Sanders.
Oh,
that's the reality of what's happening right now. And for the first time in his life, this has got to be a humbling of new capacity, new territory. This is an astronomical humbling for a guy who just had his jersey retired, which is a conversation for another day, this past weekend at CU Boulder. He is now forever immortalized with his Heisman Trophy award-winning teammate, Travis Hunter, in the rafters or high above the CU Boulder football stadium. And just days later, he's probably going to have to wait till day 3. And the more he waits, the more excruciating I would think this gets.
I don't know. It's surprising to me. Listen, I wish I had followed Shedeur Sanders more. Honestly, I didn't even look into him much because I just figured he'd be one of the top quarterbacks to go, whether it was the first round or the second round. And now I'm just like, now I just want to know what the league, what the problem is. Like, is it just it? Like, do you not think he can be a quarterback, or are you really annoyed by his extreme confidence? Is it a combination of both? But I mean, Dylan Gabriel, over Shedeur?
Oregon quarterback, 94th overall to Cleveland. That quarterback room now looks interesting. It's Joe Flacco, it's Kenny Pickett, and now the rookie. I think there's so many factors that go into this Shedeur conversation. And a lot of it you would think has to do. And my dad and I were having this conversation today. I was walking through Patterson Park, brain dead, off 3 hours. And I never did get that nap in, by the way, Sarah. But what are you going to do? It's draft weekend. And Francis and I were going back and
You
forth
didn't sleep. I didn't eat. Whatever it takes.
I know. He brought up a really interesting thing that I found to be one that I was thinking about it after the call. And that was this. If you have a young head coach, right? Not the Tomlins, not the Harbaughs, not these guys that are very job secure. But if you have young head coaches in the league, say a Kellen Moore, right, who's getting his first opportunity with the New Orleans Saints, and they decided to go get Tyler Shuck, a veteran quarterback out of Louisville. He's Brock Purdy's age. He's got a ton of reps under his belt, supposed to translate well to the NFL. Does he have the longevity of some of these other younger guys? Is he an athletic freak? No and no. But perhaps he's able to translate and start for you right away if Derek Carr can't. And Francis's point was like, with everything that goes on, the inner workings of an organization, and just how volatile it is for head coaches in this league trying to stay secure, trying to stay long-standing the way that Tomlin and Harbaugh have, which is so unique in today's NFL. I really do wonder, with Deion and how impactful he's been in Shedeur's life, having coached him at Jackson State, having coached him at CU and having coached him through high school, I believe, if memory serves as well. I just got to wonder if that's an impact, if that's an aspect of how things shake out with your organizational decision. That's a collective one typically, or a collaborative one, even though typically the GM has the final say. Sometimes ownership has the final say. Is Deion and the cloud that sometimes he'll bring when it comes to the name, the persona, the personality, the charisma, the resume. All he's ever done is win. And I just get the sense that he's going to want at some point. Remember, he and Jerry Jones, for example, there was a report out there, a credible one, during the hiring cycle this past offseason, that he and Jerry Jones had at least a conversation when that head coach opening was a thing. They ultimately go with Schottenheimer and promote from within. All I'm saying is, and Xavier Watts just came off the board, by the way, the safety out of Notre Dame to Atlanta at 96.
Okay.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Does the Deion impact play a role in some of this hesitance? It's all I'm.
I don't know. This is where, like, it's the same thing with like the Aaron Rodgers stuff. I just don't like coming up with theories. You know what I mean? That like I just don't have any basis to. Here's all I know about Deion Sanders. Is he was played for the Ravens in 2005. I worked for the Ravens in 2005. Can't remember if it was 2005 or 2006. Pretty sure it was 2005. And that dude was cool. I couldn't get over how cool he was with everybody, Bobby. You know this. You worked in the building. You've been in locker rooms. Sometimes reporters or other part of the building, not that anybody's doing it on purpose, but can sometimes feel like you're like a second-class citizen, right? Because it's just like all these athletes and whatever. But then there's always a handful of athletes that are just cool to you, whether you're a player or a coach or a reporter or a business person on the other side of the building. Deion Sanders is one of those people to me. He was awesome to me. I've told you the stories before. Like, I remember going out to dinner in Owings Mills once, and I was there with a bunch of other interns. He was in the same restaurant. We didn't even know it, but he kind of had a private place in the back. And as he went to leave, he saw us out of the corner of his eye. He comes and says hi. Is such a nice guy. There's like TV persona, and then there's like behind the scenes persona. Deion Sanders wanting me to give him a mini sermon, I remember, outside the locker room because he heard I gave a talk in my church. This is 20 years ago. He's like all ears. What'd you talk about? Holy Spirit. Oh, I want to hear this. We both have to go do business dealings. He's got to go do an interview, and I've got to track down another player to do an interview. And he's like, I want to hear about this. I want to hear about this. But players say stuff all the time, and it just never comes to fruition, right? So after I finish my work, I come back to the locker room. Deion's not there, and I was like, yeah, I didn't think he would be, but I just wanted to make sure. And I start walking my long walk back to my desk on the business side of the building, and all of a sudden, preacher girl, I hear down the hallway, I wanted to hear more about the Holy Spirit. So I come all the way back, and then we see him in the Super Bowl last year, Bobby. And he's like, I said, Deion, this is like almost 20 years later. You probably don't remember me, but back in the day when we were at the Ravens, we used to talk about, I said, we talked about the Holy Spirit. He looked at me, he goes, yeah, we used to talk about the Lord. And this is one of the biggest personalities in the NFL. So I'm not going down that route personally, because sometimes a TV persona versus what you might see off camera are two different things. But what I saw off camera and the way he loves Ozzie Newsome, the shout out he gave to Ozzie when he was interviewing Lamar Jackson after he fell to number 23. Like, I can't imagine that maybe there's other GMs that just don't know and maybe are afraid of the persona and don't really know Deion. But all I can say is I've had limited interactions with them, but the ones that I've had have all been phenomenal. Just a cool, awesome, down to earth guy. I don't know if I'm like the rare person, but something tells me I'm not. I just think that he's somebody that I would think that NFL teams would be like, and most, by the way, most coaches like John Harbaugh want players that come from a football pedigree because they know they live, drink, and breathe football, and they've been doing it since they could walk, you know? So maybe you're right. Maybe there's some GMs out there that do that, but I don't know. I wouldn't feel that way about Deion because what I know, and you would think other people would know, that he's just a cool dude and somebody you can talk to.
I don't think there's any. To me, everything you just said, I believe you.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's completely unrelated from my point. I don't think it has anything to do about Deion as a person. I think the guy's an absolute star in every single thing he does. He's a winner. He's a Hall of Famer through and through. And he went and took a HBCU, turned it around, brought incredible, life-changing level of visibility and promotion to that school, takes the opportunity at CU, and now we'll see what happens. I'm talking about everything that you just said, though, leads to, in my mind, a certain level of pressure that when you do bring Shedeur in, because of the impact that Deion has had and has been his coach throughout this entire process, I don't know. I think it brings a certain level of heightened attention to your organization. And if you don't have one of those long-standing head coaches that is secure, and it's a young one, the media craze world we're living in influences so much when it comes to organizational decisions, whether or not they want to admit it or not. And I think there's something to be said about that. It's not the only aspect in my mind. There's so many factors that are going into Shedeur right now. I know Mel Kiper is stunned that he continues to fall, but in no way, as a from a character perspective, the resume, not questioning anything of what you just said. And I know you guys go way back. I've heard that preacher story a number of times, and I had a chance to watch it front row in Vegas, which was cool between the two of you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Listen,
Deion
I get
is
the
level.
media. I get the media circus in terms of like just the Sanders name because of who they are. But my goodness, if I'm an owner and my GM is scared and is passing on somebody, if he believes in that quarterback, you're not a GM for me.
Well, I'm not saying that it's so. I'm not
saying
but I'm not,
it's my same point with the Aaron Rodgers stuff.
but it's
like go out and build a football team, and you do what's best, what you think is best for the football team, and couldn't care less about the stars and all that. Figure that out. Put together a football team that you can believe in, and listen. If you don't feel like they're the football players, then don't do it. Then don't draft them. But certainly, if you believe in them, don't say no because I'm afraid of like the bright lights that will be shined on me because it's the Sanders.
Both situations are multi-layered, highly complex. Get a bite in over there. Can't believe you haven't finished that meal yet. Super chats. Minister of God 7 says, thank you, Sarah, for speaking the truth. Evan says, there is precedent in prospects draft value. There's precedent in prospects draft value dropped significantly because of questionable personality traits. Aaron Rodgers, Jake Plummer, Manziel, the list goes on. Usually the assessments were correct. C. King says the league is doing this to get at his daddy. Kobe, we already hit this one. 84 super chats and counting. You guys are fantastic. It's been an awesome audience for night number 2. We've got over 7,100 concurrents right now. John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta are set to evaluate and break down day 2 full blown. At some point, it says it's 20 minutes out. We have no clue when to actually expect them. Could be before, could be after. I've been live for 4 hours and counting. I'll also be live tomorrow for day 3, which is rounds 4 through 7. And we're coming down the wire here of the 3rd round. San Francisco is currently on the clock. Philadelphia will be the penultimate pick. And Minnesota finishes things off 102 overall. And that's where things stand going into the weekend.
And I'm wondering when what pick did you say we're at? How many more picks are there?
2 more.
Just 2 more. So the Ravens press conference has got to be coming in the next 10 minutes or so, right?
Oh, I hope so. I sure hope so.
Yeah, you definitely need to get some sleep.
What a day. I got to answer Ingrave, and he texted me hours ago saying that was fun.
Good.
Yes, it was.
Glad he had fun. Is he going back to Florida tomorrow?
Yeah, in the morning.
Listen, if it wasn't Mike Green, I think that I'd be like, let's just do this press conference tomorrow, but I really want to hear their answers on Mike Green.
They're going to be asked about him.
They are going to be asked about him.
Draft starts at noon tomorrow, guys. Noon time tomorrow.
I will not be here at all tomorrow, man.
See how many we can get involved.
What are you planning on doing?
Probably live the whole time.
From noon on?
I think so.
You are a beast. I don't even think we did that last year.
I mean, if we're getting this kind of viewership, how can I not?
It's pretty
the
good.
fact that we got 7,100 and counting, and you guys are just rolling right now. It's incredible. All the super chats that have flown in. Great audience. This press conference should be finishing up in just a bit. Might be a fun time, honestly, while we wait for this press conference. It'd be kind of cool to get some thoughts from our audience in 30 seconds or less. Maybe we can pipe through a few of those to get some thoughts on the first 3 picks of the round of the weekend. What do you think?
Well, you mean bring him in live here?
The only reason I'm saying that is because you want to hang for the press conference, which I get because of the Mike Green side of things.
We can cut it and you can cover it tomorrow. It's up to you. I don't want to keep you. I know you're tired.
Yeah, I think we can probably cut it.
All right, let's do it.
I get it. It's certainly going to be interesting to see how they answer it, but I'm assuming it's going to be very similar to the way they handled Justin Tucker. Obviously, different situations, but I'm expecting kind of the way that Jamie Sharper and Kadri reacted to it, which was the homework, and that was kind of what you and I had with our perspectives in terms of how they might go with their messaging.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm cool. Just only because tomorrow's a quicker turnaround, obviously, than today. And I want to make sure we get this up for audio and, get our information out to our editing group that's been working with us. And
yeah.
So if you're green lighting that, I am as well for sure.
We can listen. You can once you start at noon, you can lead with what they say at this press conference for sure.
Awesome.
Just want to thank you for tonight and give you, wish you luck for tomorrow. It's so funny. We weren't even on that long together today. We had 2 like brother sister bickering sessions here, argument sessions. Hopefully it was worth listening to a little bit there between Aaron Rodgers and the Sanders family. But yeah, I mean, I think it's your call because you've been here since 7 p.m., right? Is when you started?
We started at 7 tonight, which you thought you were going to hear Shador's name like 10 minutes into the stream, and then it just never came. So this is great. This is awesome. We've done 9 combined hours. We've done close to 10 combined hours so far between these 2 streams. It'll be 15 probably tomorrow. Well, day 3 goes a little bit quicker. I actually think it'll probably be like 3 or 4 tomorrow. But
just get ready for that 6-round lightning round.
Yeah. But tomorrow I definitely want to get some of you guys involved, especially since I'll be solo. So guys, if you want to be involved in the stream tomorrow, it's a great one to show up for. I'll probably open up the guest lines a little bit. So we'll get it. You can support the channel obviously through the super chat feature. The free ways are obviously liking the video, subscribing, hitting that notification bell so you can be notified of what we're up to when we're dropping our content. The Venmo handle is up on the screen right now. We appreciate anything and everything. It goes directly towards our daily efforts. Clinton says, I'll be listening tomorrow while clearing out a shop at my in-laws, hopefully Oklahoma weather. doesn't flood it out. Clinton, best of luck. You never miss a show, brother. We appreciate you, man. Yeah, the crash is going to be actually kind of generational. It will be a crash on Sunday, on Saturday, on Sunday, whatever day it ends up crashing is going to be unbelievable. But
you're going to sleep like all day on Sunday.
Yeah, for sure.
All day.
Well, then we always say this, and then I just find myself getting involved. I mean, what if we get Kirby Smart that day on our pre-record? You know. Hey, you have a big day tomorrow. Congratulations in advance to Ella, your youngest. Love her so much. Your mom and dad are in town from Utah. They got in literally as we were finishing up last night. So I hope that your weekend's off to a great start with your family. I know it's a celebratory one, and please send everybody my best.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Did you already tell them the text I sent you about my mom?
No. You want me to read it?
Okay. Yeah. So this is right when I get off at the live stream, which at noon, right? And my parents are out sitting in the kitchen, and they're like, "Okay, are you guys done?" And I was like, "Well, I'm done." I was like, "Bobby's wrapping up," and she's like, "My mom's like, oh, well, you don't need to be with him. Shouldn't you be helping him?" And so I explained to her that you were just doing, some super chats and whatnot. And then I was like, she's like, "Well, that's really nice of him." I was like, "Mom, I don't think you quite know how good of a business partner Bobby is." And then I tell her like the things I said the other day about how thoughtful you were and like the things that how you've been really in the last 2 weeks. And mom's like, "Well, now I really just need to figure this out. I need to find out what girls do I know that are worthy of Bobby?" And she starts thinking through, different nieces and nephews of cousins of mine, which we have hundreds of them. And anyway, I just thought it was cute that she's like, what girl could I find that's worthy of Bobby, after I tell her how thoughtful you are and what a good business partner you are. So you definitely have a fan in my mother.
Oh, it's definitely a day-making text. So make sure she knows that. And I've met them a couple times virtually. Hope to do it in person one day. But that was awesome. Appreciate her being on the lookout. And absolutely, if she's willing to put on her recruiting hat, I'm willing to listen.
She did have a question about size, because she's like, "Now, how tall is he?" And I was like, "Bobby says it as 5'8" on a good day." She's like, "Oh, well, then my niece wouldn't work." And I was like, "Well, which one are you talking about?" "It's a cousin I have that's 5'11". She's like, "That's a little too much."
Well, let her know what one of my favorite phrases is. Let's do it. I'm happy to change the Trossett lineage when it comes to height. Come on.
Yeah, there we go. I'll let her know. That distance though is something else though. That Utah to Baltimore distance.
Distance is for real. That would put me on mountain time like I was last week, which I low-key loved.
Mountain time is awesome.
I loved being finished up with everything you and I were doing prior to noon, and then I could either just go hang or get stuff done. Like,
mountain time for sports is awesome.
Oh,
prime time stuff starting between 6 or 7 p.m. So you like get off of work, you get, dinner real quick. And like, you're not stuck up late till like 1 a.m. for games to end.
Yeah.
Where you're like nodding off and falling asleep and you've got work the next day. It's even better than West Coast time out in California, because they're like, it's too early.
It's
right?
too early.
Like you don't even get home from work in time for stuff to happen. And you're probably at like kids' soccer games or baseball games, basketball games, all that kind of stuff. And so you're there, you can't even make it home for a prime time. I mean, mountain time is the best time. And I grew up in that. I miss it for sure.
I could not agree more.
Grand
think about
Junction,
it.
Colorado. What's up, Austin? Grand Junction?
It'd be 9:20 right now. It'd be 9:20. We'd be finishing up.
Yeah.
So I would love to. Who knows where life takes me, but mountain time is freaking awesome. For those of you Terp fans, the Vikings just selected wide receiver Ty Felton. We are on to the round 4. Ty Felton gets his name picked. The last pick prior to the weekend. He's the Maryland Terrapin. Had over 1,100 receiving yards, which ranked 3rd in the Big Ten Conference last season. So congratulations to the College Park kid, Ty Felton. Off the board. We had at least one more super chat. True Sun says, "I did agree a lot." I didn't probably, but thank you both for the vid. Absolutely. Absolutely true. All right, everybody. Awesome day 2. be on the lookout for all of our content. We have an exclusive interview with Katon Mitchell that dropped at 3 o'clock earlier today. We had an awesome conversation with Jimmy Smith in real time when they selected Malachi Starks last night. Jimmy, of course, former Super Bowl winning Raven, as you guys probably know. I would really highly recommend going back to the entire stream, honestly, last night. We had Pat Ricard on. We had Charlie Kohler. Those two overlapped each other. We had Cole Jackson. We had DeKid Gowie. We had Keaton. We had Jimmy, as I already mentioned. And then, of course, Kadri and Jamie Sharper overlapped each other today. That'll be a condensed video coming up. So I look forward to all that and more, partner. I hope you have a fantastic Saturday and rest of your weekend, and you and I will be in touch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks again, Bobby. Appreciate you.
Of course.
All that you've done this weekend for the draft, for sure.
Of course. Of course.
Been killing it.
If you guys could please like the video for us on the way out, subscribe, leave a comment, hit the notification bell, give us feedback via email at BaltimoreRavensVault@gmail.com. You can connect with us on social media. I'm at Bobby Baltimore across social platforms. Sarah is at SG Ellison on X. I'll be back with you at noon, maybe a little after. We'll see how the morning works. Try and get as many guests as possible, and perhaps the guest line comes open. So come prepared. JR Crypto on our way out. Bobby, come on out to Arizona for Mountain Time. It's only 8:20 here. West Coast time, why not? Why not, JR? Selfishly want a Super Bowl or something to be held in Arizona like it is every few years. I've never been out there, and it's definitely on my list. Next up is Asia over our dark period, July 4th. My brother is doing a 2-month post-grad backpack, and he's starting in Tokyo. He booked a one-way flight. I'm going to be flying into Beijing June 27th. It's going to be insane 10 days. I'll probably be useless for the first 2 days when I get back post July 4th, but I'm excited about it. You and I will talk about all of
That's your annual full week off for both of us.
Yeah,
Only time of the year.
It's our annual dark period, July 4th, coinciding with when the Ravens typically go dark as well. So, all right, guys. Yeah, Val, I tried for Dennis Pitta. Had a chance to catch up with him in Vegas, New Orleans, but nothing else yet. BYU Cougar. All right, guys. Thanks so much. I'm going to try and sign off now. Let's see if I can do it. Last night I couldn't. Sarah's finally like, I'm leaving. Couldn't blame her. Appreciate you guys for being a bit.
You do wrap up like 3 or 4 times. Especially when you're tired, you wrap up like 7 different times. And I'm just like, this time I have a salad though, so I'm good with it. And then I'm like chilling in the kitchen with my parents last night. You're like, hey, I realized that I may have rambled for like 5+ minutes. And I'm like, you mean like 20 minutes? Like it was like wrapping.
I texted you. I said, I'm sorry. I rambled like a mofo, and you were needing to go and answer the door for your parents. And it's just like, this was a whole less hour than last night. And I'm still just like, you just get to the point where part of it's like, you feel so torn. It's just like unprecedented numbers for us. And it's like,
I know, because you see like almost that 7,000 number, but I mean, yeah, let's go.
I mean, we've been wrapping up for minutes and we still have 6,800 people on here. So anyway, it goes without saying, thank you guys for such a fantastic start to this draft. We will catch up with you. I will tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern. Sarah will be back on Monday. Have an awesome weekend, everybody. Thanks so much for spending some time with us here inside the vault. You know the drill, the things that you can do on the way out, Voltrons. Talk soon, very soon.